price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cut the load.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadowclaw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
اسمي حسين أيوب. صممت خرائط ببجي موبايل اتلعب عليها أكتر من 3 مليون مرة. كواحد ماب كريتور ممكن ناس كتير تفتكر إن أنا خريج كلية فنون أو دارس حاجة ليها علاقة بالتصميم، بس أنا في الحقيقة شخص عادي جدا خريج كلية حقوق، بس عندي شغف كبير قوي تجاه الرسم. بحب الألعاب الأونلاين، بلعب ألعاب كتير، بس موضوع ببجي جه بالظبط في 2018. ده كان وقت نزول اللعبة. ممكن ناس كتير ما تصدقش اللي هقوله، بس أنا اللي عرفني على اللعبة ده كان مديري في الشغل. فضلت ألعب ببجي موبايل كهواية كجيمر عادي لحد 2023، ومن بعدها دخلت مجال التصميم. أنا كنت وما زلت واخد الموضوع كهواية، ما كنتش أعرف إن ببجي بتعمل مسابقات للمصممين وإن في جوائز وإن الموضوع كبير قوي كده. في 2023 بالأخص اكتشفت إن أنا أقدر أقدم إن أنا أبقى مصمم. أنا عموما صممت خرائط كتير في ببجي اتلعب عليها أكتر كتوتالي 3,700,000. الخريطة اللي عندي اللي مشهورة قوي اللي هي اسكيب اوف ذا سبمارين، هي اللي خدت ترافيك جامد الفترة اللي فاتت أول ما عملتها، ودي كنت عملتها داخل غواصة في المحيط، وهي كانت على هيئة بازلز كده اللاعبين يلعبوها. وممكن مفهوم الواو داخل ببجي موبايل ده غير فكرة اللعب داخل ببجي موبايل نفسها بسبب الأفكار الجديدة اللي المصممين بيطبقوها. اولا مود واو بيسمح لي ان انا اصمم اي حاجه انا حاببها، اي حاجه تيجي في بالي داخل مساحه معينه ببجي موبايل بتوفرها. خليني شايف ان هم واخدين الموضوع بشكل جدي واحترافي شويه. طبعا الموضوع محمس جدا، وانت كمصمم تقدر يبقى ليك عائد مادي منه ممتاز، وتقدر توصله ان هو يبقى احترافي، خصوصا في وجود مسابقات وجوائز كتير ببجي بتقدمها باستمرار. انا اول ما بدات ما كنتش اعرف ان في مسابقات ولا في جوائز ولا الكلام ده كله. انا كنت داخل بدافع حب للي انا بعمله، والموضوع مشي معايا وده خلاني مرتبط بشغل تاني جنب الشغل. بس لو ده شغفك كمل وراه، اكيد هيبقى ليه مرضى. زي ما قلت قبل كده ان العائد المادي بالنسبه للمصممين كويس جدا، وانت مش شرط تبقى فرد لوحدك عشان تكسب. يعني في مسابقات اتعمل مسابقه قبل كده جماعيه، والجائزه بتتقسم على كل التيم اللي شارك في المسابقه دي. بنصح اي مصمم جديد ان هو يستمر ما يزهقش. الموضوع عايز حد حابب التصميم شويه، لان الموضوع يطلب منه جهد ووقت كبير. مقابل كل ده هتكسب صيت وجوائز وعائد مادي، وده هيديك دافع انك تستمر.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Kibo, saya berasal dari Aceh, tepatnya di kota Banda Aceh. Keseharianku sebagai teknisi HP dari tahun 2009 sampai sekarang. Jadi pertama kali Kibo ikut program kreator, waktu season pertama Kibo mendapatkan juara. Pernah buat Masjid Istiqlal, Menara Kembar di Malaysia, terus lab kolaborasi sama Bernadia, terus yang terakhir kolaborasi sama IQ merek HP. Perasaannya alhamdulillah senang sekali. Pertama Kibo dipanggil itu bukan sebagai teknisi HP, tapi sebagai konten kreator WoW. Dan kedua Kibo juga dari pertama Kibo edit WoW itu dari nol sampai sekarang Kibo bisa dipercaya. Itu sangat senang.
Dunia World of Wonder ya, dari tim Indonesia sendiri kita waktu itu sempat mengadakan beberapa perlombaan gitu untuk pembuatan map WoW, dan Kibo tuh sempat menang juga. Dan karena dia aktif di komunitas WoW PUBG Mobile Indonesia, itu kita undang Kibo untuk jadi moderator, untuk memoderasi teman-teman komunitas kreator WoW di Indonesia.
Teruslah berkarya, apapun ceritanya. Jadikan setiap tantangan sebagai proses belajar menuju versi yang terbaik. Karena di balik semua kerja keras kita, pasti ada hasil yang pantas kita banggakan.
Just so one more time bro. Memang gila lah doktor kacang susu kita.
Pernah juara PMPL, aku nak apa sebenarnya? Jadi pro player, ramai orang tanya kenapa. Jawapan dia simple, aku nak bagi balik dekat komuniti. PUBG Mobile sebenarnya bukanlah tembak-tembak je. Bagi aku, dia satu dunia yang kau boleh cipta ikut imajinasi. Sebab tu, aku mula buat map dalam World of Wonder. Tempat untuk player belajar, explore dan enjoy cara baru main game. Map WoW aku ni bukan sekadar map. Dia ruang untuk player baru polish skill dan maybe satu hari nanti jadi juara yang seterusnya. Aku mungkin bukan lagi pro player, tapi dalam dunia yang aku bina sendiri, aku masih lagi juara.
Day 2 is upon us. Could this be redemption day for some of our teams? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PMNC South Asia Fall Playoffs. Back on the mic, yours truly, Pika, joined by Torix. My guy, yesterday was just a banger. How are you feeling today?
Yesterday definitely was a banger. And today, I'm feeling excited once again because it's about the time that we will see the same teams go in with the same grouping, ABCD, ABCE, and then ABEC, like all these factors and figurines. You know what I mean. Oh, you know what I mean. We're missing one group each and every single time, but 5 matches it is. And what are those 5 matches today? You already saw this. We have already seen that at the starting screen, that it's 2 Sanhoks, 2 Erangels, and just a single Miramar.
Man, that on itself is a surprise because we're kind of used to, or at least some of our players are used to seeing a couple Miramars, but we get denied a little bit of Sanhok here and there. Not this time though. For day number 2, the PUBG Mobile gods have listened to us both as we are getting 2 Sanhoks. We gotta love it. If it's any indication, yesterday Sanhok was a pretty interesting map. Granted that it was the second winner chicken dinner of Tribe AEROMACY. Ooh.
I mean, when you talk about Tribe AEROMACY, you have to talk about BLUZZ official as well, and the way they bluzzed out of those chicken dinners in the Miramar, in the Sanhok, and even after that in the last Miramar as well. That was quite unfortunate for those guys. So it was back-to-back three kind of blunders that just happened from their side, but I am hopeful today. I'm hopeful today for them. At least they're gonna redeem themselves. Maybe not. We will find out as we will head into our matches. But for matches and for the aggressions, where there's 2 Sanhoks now, we usually do talk about the fact that okay, there's only 1 Sanhok, so there's not gonna be like too much of aggressions, or it's gonna be too much of aggression in the Sanhok. There's 2 now. You have to play one either very aggressive and the other one towards slow pace, because you only have 1 Miramar today. So where usually Sanhok is the one for the very aggressive map, it's going to be Miramar today.
Oh, yes. And speaking of which, folks, this is the calendar. We were going to ask you to mark these because there's going to be a lot of action. We have 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th of August, and that is just for the South Asia playoffs. Next week will be the grand finals. As you saw earlier, there will only be 16 teams advancing for the grand finals. So, unfortunate as it may seem, we are saying goodbye to 4 teams. Speaking of 4 teams, we have 4 teams who came from PMNC Maldives and PMNC SAWC, but the talk of the town, as always, is that we have 12 teams from Nepal, my guys. So that right there is numbers game, if we're to say so ourselves.
That truly is 12 Nepali teams that's going to be going head-to-head against all the other one, like 4 from the Maldives, from the South Asia wildcard that joined us. This is the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. 20 teams that is going on head-to-head against each other for the past 1 day and 3 more days, including this one, including today. They're going to go head-to-head for that grand final, for that golden trophy that you witnessed at the screen. But point system-wise, it is winner chicken dinner with the 10 points straight up, the same one that we have been using for the, I think, 2-3 years now. 10 for the winner, second gets 6, 5 for the third, and alongside of that, you only get up to 7 and 8 position. If you're below any of that, you're not going to have any point whatsoever. But champions gets 2,500, 1,500 for the runner-ups, 1,000 for the second runner-up, 800 for the fourth, 700 for the 700 for the fifth, 600 for the sixth, 500 for the seventh, 400 for the 8th, 9 and 10 gets 250, 150 for 11 and 12, and 13 to 16, that's 100 each.
And this applies, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, up to, I believe this is going to be, again, applicable for the finals. Not yet for our playoffs. So they really have to grind real hard and real deep if they want to get any piece of this prize pool that we're talking about. That's a juicy 10 if we're going to be very specific about it, folks. Meanwhile, for those of you who are wondering which teams are participating, if you missed yesterday, then here we go on screen. The likes of Tribe AEROMACY, BAGH Esports, Real Savages, and ANTEIKU. That's just from Group A. We also have AKAZAYA Esports, BLUZZ officials. Some of yesterday's best games, I would say. MAKPEN, and One Hit, which was the first winner chicken dinner yesterday for Group B. For Group C, I'm going to go here. SKD Esports, 4 YONKO Lucky Cat, SMDZ Esports, and 4 Knights. And Groups D and E in succession.
Overall standing, going on to the overall, in fact. This was the complete matches of yesterday. 5 matches, 60 total points. Tribe AEROMACY on the very top with 60. 52 for the BLUZZ official without a chicken dinner. That's the thing. No winner of a chicken dinner whatsoever for these guys, and they're still on the hashtag number 2.
Man, I'll tell you right now, that's how good BLUZZ officials is as well, because they never even scored a winner in a chicken dinner. Yet, they're only 8 points behind the Tribe AEROMACY, right? Hidden Leaf Esports, however, they did score 1, but the gap is pretty dramatic there. From 50 plus to 36, that really is a big leap. Now, this is where it gets real crucial, folks. You see, SDMZ Esports is at the very edge of 16. Remember, we're going to get 16 teams. So if they don't retain this, there could be a new contender for that spot in LaFamilia Esports, 4 Knights, AKAZAYA Esports, or even ANTEIKU, who are yet to have their very first point. Wow.
That is absolutely true. But ANTEIKU, where they have not even a single point. Today is going to be very crucial for these guys on how they're going to play it off, right? Because this day, ANTEIKU, it's going to be very detrimental on how they play it up, how they mix and match their game styles to completely dominate the lobby. Because so far, with the 5 matches done and dusted out of the 15, they haven't, in fact, 20 matches, they have done nothing. They haven't gained nothing. But going to the top 5 eliminators, BLUZZ VUKE is going to be on the very top. 15 eliminations, 2191 is the damage. Then we have 12 eliminations for the Tribe AEROMACY. 3 in total of the Tribe AEROMACYs are right behind him. Rig, Delta, Giante, 12, 10, and 8 respectively. With the damage dealt is 2282 for Rig, 1666 for Delta, and 2245 for Giante.
And you know what that means? Tribe AEROMACY has a total, at least for the 3 guys that we saw, they have a total of 30 frags, and that's 3 out of the 5 top eliminators. Let's not forget though, as much as BLUZZ yesterday were unable to actually close out a winner chicken dinner, they have a little bit of pride, in the form of WOK44. He did become the MVP yesterday, overall MVP for day number 1. Now, this was the head-to-head we also saw yesterday, guys. It is Rig who stood closest to WOK with 12 eliminations and very, very close with a total number of knocks. Now, I can't say that this might be the same case for today, Torix, because I know some of these players, they're going to put their A game on. Like, they're definitely going to step forward. I don't know how long WOK was going to be staying in that top spot. But as we did spoil you earlier, Torix, I want you to talk about this, man.
Oh, 2 Sanhoks, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
2 Sanhoks. ABCD is going to be the very first one. Then ABCE with the Erangel. Miramar goes to ABDE. And again, the second Sanhok is going to go to the ACDE with the match number 5 going to BCDE. The one and only Erangel at the very end. So I'm glad to see this. I'm kind of glad to see this on the fact that we're not seeing a Miramar at the very end, because usually when all the momentum is done and dusted for the teams and they play the last Miramar, they don't usually play it. They kind of go with the flow with that.
They do, and it's always so chaotic, right? Like it's now a breath of fresh air. We're gonna end with a classic. I like that as well. Now here we go. This is most likely gonna be the teams that are going head to head for game number 1. I remember that yesterday we were caught off guard by One Hit, who you're also seeing on screen right now, folks. This team, out of nowhere, closed out the very, very first winner chicken dinner, and they were not really the headliners up until the final parts of the match. Now let's see if One Hit can hit 2 in that scenario on making their match number 1 again a winner chicken dinner. Let's see. I don't want to jinx it though. We've seen that happen too many times yesterday, Dorks.
Oh, yes. yeah, my lips are sealed for the teams as well. I don't want to jinx them whatsoever as well. So we will see, ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen, what's going to occur as we will head on to our match number 1 in a short while. It is going to be Sanhok, so you can definitely expect some destruction, some eliminations from all of the teams. But at the same time, it's the very first match. It can go both ways. It can go either to a very slow pace where the teams are trying to take the momentum for themselves, or very aggressive because it is Sanhok, and you know it. There's bound to be some early fights. There is bound to be some early aggressions in that Sanhok whatsoever. No matter how you look at it, the boot camp, the Paradise Resort, even the Painan areas, they usually do get contested. Even if they don't, there's always the ruins that we do see kind of get contested.
I want to see that, to be honest. Yeah, the ruins, it's very underrated in my opinion, as well as any of the camps. You know, I personally have an affinity for any of the camps. There's always something interesting there, so I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled for that. So this, safe to say, folks, is gonna be a very humid day here for day 2. I just want to see who among the teams are gonna stand out. But let's talk about the immediate surprise that was given to us yesterday by Tribe AEROMACY. They were this close to getting their 3rd winner chicken dinner, if not for the big stop, right? And who was it? Who was the big stop? Okay,
DRS.
The big.
It was
yes,
DRS.
there we go.
It was
rather. Sorry.
Let
me correct. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was Hidden Leaf Esports who put a stop to them. DRS was the very last.
Wait.
DRS. Remember? Yeah. So DRS was the slow burn, right? They were the slow burn winner chicken dinner, and we were thinking, what's going on with DRS? Why are they taking it so long to get their momentum, to get their umph? But there it is. Before the day closed, Torix, we were both proven wrong.
That is absolutely true. DRS came in with a clutch into the very end matches. They did some great performances, but now it's time. It's time to leave the past to the past and move into the present. As, ladies and gentlemen, Sanhok is here. It is on our screen. The plane has already taken the flight and is about to reach its end. But I want to see where the players are actually going. How many of the teams have already dropped, and which equator line is going to be for the Sanhok from Bravo all the way to the Alpha, ladies and gentlemen. The Charlie is kind of accessible, the southern side, but aside from that, all the northern regions, all the west, east, or somewhat of the south is accessible for the players.
Yeah, you're right. You know, Charlie completely, I'd say, a ghost town as of the moment. Never mind, though. I think 4YLC is going to head straight to that camp. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled. But we do have a westward, well, basically a northwest circle here. And this is pretty good for some of the teams, right? They already have a little bit of a foot in. They have a little bit of security with where the circle is. I can't say the same for 4K, though. They're kind of at the bottom, the southwest corner of our map, specifically going to the ruins. And I had to jinx it too. Now people are in ruins. I just want to see how that goes. All towards Tambang and Nakam. I'm gonna leave this to our mission control to check up on 4K a little later on.
That is absolutely true. So far, it is just the beginning. It's just the beginning right here and then. But Sakudai Himson, he's ready. He's ready to take that action. The DPS messes up. Wait a minute. But finally, okay. Connects. He redeemed himself. Gets one hit. Omega out of the equation. It's a first blood going around, ladies and gentlemen, by this team. Sakudai getting that first initial frag for themselves. But now, from this point on, we do have to see what the rest of the team Sakudai or the One Hit Esports is going to do, because now, as Paradise Resort is one of the places where the fight has initiated, One Hit has decided to move out of this area. You can see the guy, Dilla, just in the back lines, just in the single compound outside of the Paradise Resort, and he's just chilling over there with the DBS.
Yeah, no backup. I think he's pretty confident of where he is, just really scouting. Gathering all the resources he could. Yesterday I was about to say that I saw a heap of good weapons, right? Like that we haven't really seen in a while. I believe we saw an AMR yesterday, so really put to good use. And I'm a huge fan of the AUG. I saw a QBZ there as well. So hopefully today we get a little bit of diversity, when it comes to firepower. Meanwhile, I'd say Ruby over here from AKAZAYA has everything that he will need, right? He have an M416, he got the DBS, I got a bunch of, I'd say bandages, but this is, I'd say an initial looting for Ruby, and he does have a little bit of company in the form of Destro here.
One hit Destro, he is there, and Ruby. Both of them, they're not like taking the fight. They're just chilling out there, waiting for the other team to like make the wrong move, so they can capitalize that, eliminate the other team. But I don't think so. I don't think that Destro even knows the location of Ruby at this point in time, because look at his gun. He has that dual MP7 in the hand. Ruby has that M416, now changing it to a DBS. But oh my god, this is definitely going to be a very, very hard-hitting scenario. But M249 on the reload. You have to go. You have to get that elimination. There we go. He does it. He gets Destro, and Destro is destroyed right there. But the backline angle, AEROMACY, ladies and gentlemen, they are coming to make their way.
Oh man, we got a lot of action going on. I saw some Honey Badger frags, a Honey Badger frag over there, and as well as a QBZ, but we'll get to that a little later on. Ruby with the patience of a crocodile, just waited to strike at the right moment, and one bite was all it took. Beautiful work. Now look at this. One hit. This is very, I'd say, uphill now for one hit, Torix, simply because there's one guy left. And that was a very, very rough start here for our supposed first winner chicken dinner from yesterday.
I mean, like, knowing which team is going to take the winner chicken dinner, it's going to be really difficult right now, because look at this. Not even a single team fully has been eliminated, right? So there's still like a solo player of the one hit that is still up. On the other side, BAGH Esports is fighting versus the team ANTEIKU is fighting. Everybody is definitely going to go somewhat cement themselves into the Sanhok match, try to do that, at least over the first two stages going around. But what I want to see is those third parties happening here. Come on, if you need those third parties, fourth parties, where one team is fighting, the other team listens to the shots, and they're like, yeah, we need a bit of that. We need a bite of all of this action for ourselves as well. And they just charge up, get those eliminations, and then the other team comes over. There's another team that falls over to the same equation, thinking that, yes, we want some more elimination for ourselves. But ladies and gentlemen, it is BAGH Esports right now on our screen versus ANTEIKU. Both of them, they have a very good distance amount for themselves. A distance is immense. There's gonna be an easy spray fight here. You cannot throw the utilities, the grenades to get those eliminations, so you have to make sure that you at least initiate a knock before rushing on.
Man, this is also really dangerous on the side of BAGH. This is a 2v4 situation. Not to mention Joker still pretty distant. Not a lot of utilities and armor for him to use. Yep, gonna go for a little bit of that withdraw. But, AT still looking good. And speaking of AT, they did score their very first point, buddy. So that right there is already a good start for AT compared to how they were yesterday. Meanwhile, we're looking at NAVE, and this is a lot of letters, folks. You're going to have to forgive us. But we have Susti over here. Got a little bit of contact. Let's see if he's going to take the shot against 4YLC. I don't think so. It's too dangerous.
Right now, all of the Sanhok is actually dangerous. In fact,
absolutely,
there is not even a single place that's actually safe for any of the teams. Yes, it may be safe for a tad bit of time, like minute or two, but as soon as someone's gonna move around from the area, around from that location, there's definitely going to be some shots. But right now, we ENRC, I want to see if they're going to be able to get those revives onto their players or not. In the meanwhile, ANTEIKU is also receiving those heavy casualties. NRC Doom gets eliminated. BLUZZ is also going to go get those elimination, but Joker YT, he's also down. Someone needs to make sure that this 2 versus 2 fight comes into the play and get either one of these teams down. It has gone for too long. So either disengage or fully engage.
And speaking of fully engaged, that is exactly what happened for Extreme, right? We saw Extreme earlier stalking AT, and now he was able to actually frag out. At the cost of Joker, though, And we remember that Joker was the supposed backup of Extreme a while ago, but he did pull out of that vicinity. So, real tough luck here, boys. Meanwhile, Tribe AEROMACY, our two-time winner chicken dinner yesterday, once again, just taking things slow. They are still at the top of the charts right now, so I don't think they have to make haste right away. Just try to be tactical about it. Scouting, a lot of scouting, but still no trigger pulls thus far.
Oh my god, so far we are not seeing any kind of trigger pulls going around, but let's see. I'm hopeful for this team. Even if this match does not go good for these guys, they still have like really good options into the forward matches that okay, they might be able to do some good jobs because they have been doing for the last day as well. 5 matches in fact and 60 points. That's 12-point average. For 5 matches, that's 12-point average that they have managed to secure the points. But BLUZZ official, they're not even stopping behind as well. They have like 9, maybe 9.8, this kind of like points averagely in every single one of the match. And BLUZZ official, they just started this fight once again. ANTEIKU is going to be their target. One player for ANTEIKU is down. He is knocked out, so we do have to see if BLUZZ official is actually going to commit on to this fight or not. But okay, stopped in the midway. This is not looking good. The Molotov, the grenades are going. The players try to jump out of this equation. He definitely went to the back lines, but the grenades are going to come in close. Aku gets eliminated, knocked out once again, and Cloud, he's the only guy. He has to go, but he's gonna be denied of that let go, and it's over. ANTEIKU out of the match, the first team to be eliminated, even though a while ago one hit was down to the very last guy. But BLUZZ official, what a play. 54 total points, going with 2 eliminations this round.
Yeah, you know what? One hit, still alive and kicking, right? I can't say the same for ANTEIKU though. You know, good stuff. I'm gonna give him props. They finally got a couple points on the scoreboard. You know, no longer a zilch. I'm sure they definitely will try a little harder in the next match. So meanwhile, oh my goodness, Lucifer out of the vehicle right there. Was that Lucifer? No, it wasn't. It was Susti, I think. Yeah, Susti was knocked out of the vehicle. Okay, okay, Lucifer, he's got to get out of there. Got to regroup, but I don't know where he's headed. There's no information, I think, on the side of Lucifer for the time being. Let's see where this is going to take us. Meanwhile, Goat, we just saw him on the feed with a UMP frag. We're going to check that out a little later on. And here we go, Rig, yesterday's good second fragger with Delta. You know, these guys, man, these guys. There's a reason why we recognize Tribe AEROMACY anywhere.
That is absolutely true. They show their progressions with their games and everything right here. So far, they're close to the vicinity of the fight. If they want to, they can get those shots connected upon on the players. There we go. Delta is finally pushing on, closing slowly and steadily. The grenade is overhead. But before that grenade can actually come in close, Trix makes the final nail in the coffin, puts the nail on that coffin, and takes down YENRC. NAVE, they're out of the match with just a single elimination. But you know who else has a 1 elimination? That's Tribe AEROMACY for you.
That's right, that's right. And remember, they did take it slow, right? They weren't so greedy on taking that frag. They just had to be very, very calculated. That was a very good I'd say buddy system there from Tribe AEROMACY. So Trix got the frag, if I remember correctly, and that was beautiful because they weren't really overextending without the proper backup. We talked about this quite a lot in the past, that players should never venture alone, because if you do and you don't have information to give, you become a liability instead of an asset, right? So that was really well played. Meanwhile, MAKPEN, yesterday a lot of you in the chat really let MAKPEN have your love, so please do so again today. They're really gonna need it.
They definitely do. They definitely need it. And initialized way, like into the Miramar, even MAKPEN was doing really good. But from that point onward, there was a slow pace slope that got them down 17 points. After that, they couldn't like secure too much of the points for themselves. But now, it's another day. It's a fresh start for all of these players, all of these guys. And to the circle It's gonna go to the paradise. We might see a paradise. We might see a paradise and Fika. And I'm loving this. I'm loving this already. At this point in time, there's two teams, Sakudai, and alongside of them, the one-hit Esports, the solo guy over there. But you can see AKZ into the proximity, into the southern side of that area. There's also the tribe AEROMACY. If they want, they can go. But at the very corner of the eastern angle, there's MAKPEN versus T2K, ladies and gentlemen. That's about to occur. That's about to happen as Ajaya is very low on that HP. He's behind the rock. He's in the cover for now, but for how long can he stay over there? As soon as he's gonna go, Drag is gonna make sure that the connection comes into the connectivity and gets him down. Drag also gets knocked down as well. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. The equilibrium is still there, but on-kill gets taken down, and that's MAKPEN going 2-1 on the side of those lean slope. Now they're the ones being a liability from this point onward. As Yeti, he's low, but he's still alive. As a 2 versus 3 scenario, we do have to see if T2K is going to be able to get that revival at the very least done upon their player.
Man, that is insane. The frag feed just literally lit up seconds ago, guys, and it's still going. Now we're seeing a lot of action between ASL and BLUZZ. Now this is very dangerous for BLUZZ. Remember, they are the second placer so far, but they are down to the last man and completely damaged. Now, we may not be seeing this right now, folks, but Train to Kill right there had their hands full against MAKPEN. That right there, again, that right there is really crazy. Speaking of you know what? I'm going to get back to my point a little later on. But BLUZZ already eliminated. Let's hold that thought, folks. Wow. Okay, I never thought I'd see them exit this early after an amazing performance yesterday, after being super commendable. They're off to a bad start, at least for map number 1, Torix.
Not a good start. That's definitely agreeable at this point in time. But T2K, look at this. The rest of the MAKPEN, they're finally been chased down. It's a knockdown. It's a confirmation on the guy, leaving everything to the last person, last guy from the MAKPEN. Where is he? He's on the other side of the road. He's gonna definitely go with the grenade. Gonna take down Ajaya. Finishes him off. Oh my God! He finally puts a dent on the T2K. He gets a 1 knockdown. An instant confirmation comes into the play. The second one, Rules OG, is also on his knees. That's the thing. That's a 2 versus 1 scenario if you really are optimistic about it. But so far on the other side, SDMZs versus RS it is that's taken those fights. And Team SDMZs, they're down to the very last. Once again in this match, things are not going good for the Team SDMZ. So far, they are on the hashtag number 13, and they're definitely going to stay there even after this match, unless AKZ or 4K decides to secure some decent number of points. At that point in time, then they're gonna go even further below. But as a solo player, you have to be very careful now. You don't have to make a single sound, because if you did make a sound, you're going out back to the lobby. It is.
Yeah, you know, this is very dangerous territory for Obi-Wan. Okay, he has to be ready. Are you the chosen one, Obi-Wan? There could be information here. I don't know if him being too close to the wall is actually... Oh, man. I was going to say, I don't know if being too close to the wall was going to give information to the opposition. And Jiggle God right there, just putting a cap on SDMZ. Very unfortunate, exiting at 13th place with no points to boast, unfortunately. Or at least no frags to boast.
Yeah, that's sad. This is definitely a sad moment for these guys. But there's still 4 more matches. You can still definitely do something good where you couldn't do into the very first match. So I'm not judging too much at this point in time, because this is just the first match. This is just the initialization. This is just the initiation. You have to make sure that your execution into the mid phases, into the late game, where it's only after the half day is done, your execution is really good, because that's where the most of the points starts to crumble. That's where the fight starts to actually make a meaning that, okay, this team has been consistent and they have been doing this. But there we go. BAGH Esports gets eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, right here. For YONKO is gonna have those 4 elimination. Just like the name, they have those elimination. 4 elimination to these players, but there's also Zoro down. Someone needs to get Zoro back up on this guy's feet, because at this point in time, it's going to be difficult. You're already outside of the circle. You're already taking the blue damage. Staying too much outside of the equation, it's definitely going to hurt you.
Man, that was also pretty bad way to go for BAGH, right? They were ganged up here by 4 Yonko Lucky Cat. So I think it was Beepin who got the final frag over there. Meanwhile, and I'm gonna get back to your point. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're unaware, the blue zone actually deals more damage the further you progress. So I'm not going to be surprised anymore if we do see some eliminations care of the play zone, the blue Grim Reaper as I always call it. So hold your breath. This is going to be an insane last few stages. Meanwhile, Rig taking out Himson, who was off to a good start earlier, care of the nade. Speaking of new guns, there goes the Vector. Oh my goodness. That gives me chills, seeing that gun every now and then. Gangsta taking out Ruvi, who a while ago as well was doing so good. I remember Ruvi from earlier.
Oh my god, Ruby, no.
No!
Got finished off right there. No, come on. The way that we are seeing this is that day number 1, the teams that have been doing great, they're kind of struggling at the least for the first 2 matches. Some of those players, some of those top-ranked players, they're struggling for the day number 2. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is AKZ Maha, the solo guy, but he gets eliminated. It's over for this team as well. As AKZ gets out of the equation. We're down to the top 10, ladies and gentlemen, but it's only 18 minutes that have passed. 6 teams have been eliminated, but Trix, come on, no, this was not the right move. Cooking going forward just by running away into the area. This was not the right move. This was definitely not the right move, but Rig is now coming from a different angle. It is going to be S12K versus S12K. That's going to go into the equation. Pika gets a knockdown. Rig is going to throw a grenade, a Molotov, in fact, into the area. In fact, smoke a grenade to make sure that he can actually push, gets that elimination for himself, but in the same time, there's a Gyante cooking up a grenade as well into the different area. Delta with the S12K's DBS, he's making sure that he tries to do some damage, but nope, it's not going to be enough as the top team gets finished off at the hashtag number 10, not securing a single placement point for themselves. This is not a good start for a majority of the teams here, but now it gives enough time for the T2K for the team of One Hit or RS alongside of 4 DMCs to actually catch up close to those points.
That's true. Man, I am in shock right now. SKD doing marvelously with 5 eliminations and taking out the big dogs from our game. Now here we go. 4DM up, as we mentioned, there goes Zoro and Beepin from 4YLC, care of the blue zone. We did promise you, and Fearless as well. Oh my goodness, the curtain's definitely closing on 4YLC. That is a painful sight, folks. Now RS also eliminated just then. Look at that, almost the entirety of 4YLC taken out by the blue zone. That's at least good for 4YLC. At least they're not actually giving away their points to somebody else.
That is absolutely true. They're at least not giving their points to some like any other teams to like deliberately getting on the top. But aside from that, we're down to the top 8, ladies and gentlemen. From this point onward, at least 1 point will be given out, but now it's going to be going up to 2. 7, 6. We're down to whoa, wait a minute. I saw 8 teams a while ago. Now we're down to 5. What is going on? Now we're down to 4K with the one player. ASL with 4 death machines with the 4, and 1 hit with the T2K with just a solo player. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 4 versus 4. The fight is about these 2 teams, 4 death machines and the team ASL.
Man, ASL is really letting all these teams have it. And with a full stack, right here, we got all 4 players strong and sturdy. Let's see how they're going to do with these numbers advantage. 4 death machines, they're doing good with a complete roster, but those 2 frags, man, they're going to have to pile up. They're going to have to add more to the body count. Meanwhile, I personally am not trying to turn a blind eye on 4K. They are down to the last man. This is going to be such an uphill battle. Look at that. Pure aim caught between the play zone and every other team out there. It looks like 4K is going to make their last man stay here for the blue zone to take over. I think that might be the case. We're not seeing any movement from
That
4K.
might be the case. Yeah. That might be the case. They might just leave them and be like, okay, you heal, you get as much healing done as you can. Make sure you survive at least till the very top number 3. But 4K, you can see them. Ruled OG knows the location, but giving the
I
shot
don't think so.
instantly gave out his location to the enemies, to the other players. But now from this point onward, it's going to be a very difficult situation as Joker gets eliminated. For the machine, the Titya gets a knockdown. Pure Aim gets a finisher right there and then. And together with this, we are definitely seeing a lot of casualties that might occur right here as Aditya. Someone needs to get that revival done on Aditya from this point onward, because it's a 3-way fight now. 3 versus the 3. 4 death machines. What are you going to do? And Ruled OG as a solo player, this guy, he's just chilling out there. He is just chilling. He's making sure that the other team, the enemies, are completely submerged into the fight. He's not over there in any way. He's not even in the path of those eliminations or those grenades that can make their trajectory over towards these guys, and he's just chilling there. He's making sure that whenever there's only one team, or if he has the chance of securing 1-2 eliminations straight up, he's definitely gonna take that. But Cool gets a knockdown. Now a Ruled OG is gonna go get that damage done, but Chari puts a nail right there on T2K's aggression, and it's over. ASL with 8 eliminations. We have 3 eliminations for the 4 death machines. Elimination wise, ASL will have the highest probability of securing the winner chicken dinner, because they're so accustomed to this fight in the Sanhok match. But for death machines, they have the man advantage at the end of the day.
And look at that. They have to get as much manpower as possible. Never mind. 4 death machines suffering another down. Now ASL trying to even the numbers up. They might just run away with this. 2 versus 3 active players. Chari goes down. Oh my goodness. 4 death machines starting off strong here for match number 1. Our very first Sanhok high octane, Torix. That was fast. In my standards, buddy, that was a fast game right there.
That definitely was somewhat a fast game, like not like the previous yesterday Sanhok at the very time. But going on, the way 4 death machines just got this win of a chicken dinner. I think that's 6 elimination in total that they're gonna have for themselves. That's one thing that we will do have to see when the time really is right, when we will be shown the stats of everything. But at the same time, now it's time. It's time to see who is the MVP, who is the most valuable player, and how many points the other teams actually manage to secure at the end of this equation. 4 death machines, ladies and gentlemen, is the name for now. That's going to be at the very top for this match, at the very least. 16 elimination, I do believe so. But before going on to those elimination numbers, we're definitely going to see the highlighted moments, the top 4 moments of this match from the very perspective where Ruled OG tried to do that. Chari got those eliminations, then Chari instantly got bombarded with those Molotovs and everything. And right with this, all those equations that actually happened, look at that. ASL got finished off, and Killmonger was the guy that made the final nail in the coffin. Cool with the 2, Aditya with the 2, 1 for Killmonger and 1 for Peak. That's 6 elimination, 16 total points.
And that's cool. You know, this is a very, all pun intended, by the way, when I said that's cool. But, you know, it's fun because I like the fact that they played it off patiently, very, very patiently. They did not actually dip in to where they were not welcome or that they could not leave safely. You know, they managed, I believe, to keep their entire roster all the way to the very end, you know, the very final encounter. I like the fact that they did play PUBG M the way we're used to seeing some players play, but at the same time, they were very wise about it. They were not too greedy and not too boring to watch, if I can say so myself. Now, this, however, might bore you, Torix, with only 104 total thrown nades in this game. Ooh. That's a bummer.
I mean, at least I'm happy that it's not below the 100, because we're so close to even close to less than 100 at this point in time. 104. That's barely 100 above 100. But going into the match standing, it is 16 points for the 4 death machines. ASL with 14, 10 for the T2K, then 1 hit with the 10 points as well. Then Sakurai with the 9 for YLCs, 7, 4 for 4K, 3 for AST. Not a good start for the team AST. Arvis with the 3 alongside of AKZ as well, but MAKPEN alongside of AT and BLUZZ official secured 2 points. And then we have NAV and AVE ISSXLNRC that has 1 point. And last but not the least, the final team that got eliminated with the 0 points whatsoever. Going into the overall, that's 63 to 54. Still a decent number of like a difference between the points from number 1 to number 2. That's, I think, 9 points of a difference
9
that we're
points,
seeing.
yeah.
But then 11, 9 points once again. Then from number 2 to number 3, even that's 9 points of a difference as well.
And then the rest of the teams, it's a little too close for us to call, right? Like this gap right here, one game could really change everything. We have 1 point, we got 6 points, we got 4 points, we even got ties, right? So that right there, folks, can be stirred up in the coming games. I'm very happy because we saw some notable, or at least remarkable moments from our game 1 alone. You know, we started off good, we started off really, really exciting. Now I can't wait for the next one. Remember, we are only going to be limited to 1 Miramar today, folks. So the maps are going to be fairly okay to small. Ooh. Look at this. By the way, a four-way tie at 19 points from 12 to 15.
Oh my god. So it's about time.
Okay.
Whosoever gets eliminated first into the next match will stay at the bottom unless he secures some decent number of points. But going into the top 5 eliminators, ladies and gentlemen, this is the top 5 eliminators overall. 15 is still for Voke. There's still 2 of the team AEROMACY, but we have Fabs in the midst of all of this. One of the team AEROMACY player got sideways and he got sided right there, and Thabs took his place. 9 eliminations, 1755 is the damage for this guy, but moreover, that's first match done and dusted.
I can't believe that we already packed that up, folks. That was, again, for my standards, that was really swift, right? Yesterday, we had a bit of a draggy start for some of our games, but this one, right there, the moment that the match started, we already had our eyes peeled. We wanted to see who's gonna draw first blood. We already witnessed that as early as, I believe, stage 2. So that's already being very forgiving, I think. Or in this case, unforgiving. It means that the players are very bloodthirsty moving forward. Now, folks, we want to see in the comment section who you're really rooting for, right? So please do make sure to share our live stream to your buds, to everybody who's watching, all of your friends who really enjoy or are rooting for some of these teams. We'd love to read that for you.
We would. But ladies and gentlemen, that was the first match done and dusted. And now it's time for Erangels. There's going to be 2 Sanhok, 2 Erangels today, right? Just a solo Miramar. That means, Pika, tomorrow, we're going to have 1 Erangel. Most probably 1 Erangel. And 2 Sanhoks. And oh my god. I'm already excited to even think about that. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading on to the match number 2, that's going to be our Erangel, the first Erangel. We're going to head over to a short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us and enjoy the highlights.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3, tactical mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4, minecart tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5, climbing tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
Of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
Four Death Machines drew first blood today, ladies and gentlemen, and now we are moving to map number 2. My name is Pika, joined by Torx. This is still the 2025 PMNC South Asia Fall Playoffs.
Well, this definitely is. This is the second day of the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen, and the second match is about to commence in a short while. But while we are here, I don't know what happened to the top teams, but whatever happened for the Machines, it was beautiful. A good jump that they're gonna have into the overall ranking at the very least. But aside from that, who else is going to be able to like take those winner chicken airs for the rest of the matches? Because there's 2 Erangels, 2 Sanhoks, out of which 1 has already been done, and then we have 1 Miramar into the very middle. After this Erangel, there's definitely going to be a Miramar, the very only Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, where it might be taken for granted and might be played for a tad bit faster pace. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the match schedule. We have Erangel with Group A, B, C, and E. This time around, Group D is going to go onto the bench to take a short break, take a breather, but participating team-wise, we still have AST, we still have BAGH, we still have ARS, AKZ, One Hit, BLUZZ, MAKPEN, all those names, but the one that are getting added is NEPX, is DRX, it's HLX, and LAFAMILIA.
And you know what that means, guys? We are not going to see a back-to-back for 4 death machines because they did sit down for this one. They definitely need to take down some notes, right? So let's wait for that. Here we go. Few seconds away before Erangel gets it going. El Clasico. So for those of you who are huge fans of Erangel, you might want to grab a cold one, sit with us. This is going to be fun. Where are we headed now? Oh, Torix. I want you to make the forecast, buddy.
Ooh, it's gonna go from the south side of the military base all the way to the... Okay. I had to stop in the midway. Why? Because why? Why would you go towards the upper side of Lipovka and not Kameshki this time? This is my question. Why would you stop in the middle of all of this situation and just throw everybody out? But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the plane line. Kind of favored to the very eastern side. But the western areas, like the hospital, the ruins, even Rozhok is barely accessible for the team, Speaker.
If they do want to get there for some reason, they're definitely going to go for a hike. A huge, long, very dangerous hike. We're going to wait for where the circle is, though. But, you know, if there's any indication of history, this might go way northwest. I'm just predicting. I could definitely be wrong here. Now, if that's the case, as you mentioned, they will be forced. Most of our teams will be forced, if not all of them, to try and make haste. Got to secure that spot before the circle starts being unfavorable for everybody, you know. But going back, Sosnovka military base and Novo already has contact with some of our teams.
We do have some contact, at least at the military base. I'm loving the fact that we have some contact at the military base at this point. Sakudai versus LaFamilia. They're together right into proximity. The fight might ensue. The fight might happen. At the same time, there's also the Ferry Piaz area. You can see, okay, kind of want to go to the Primorsk, so because that's why they're gliding so much over on the water side. But aside from that, they're close to the proximity of BAGH. BAGH, if they're very careful, if they do manage to like secure some decent number of guns and arsenals for themselves at early stages, they can chase this team down and take them out right when they're gonna like drop from the parachutes. Going on to the Sakudai, ladies and gentlemen, that is the military base. On the other side, we have school apartments. Whoa, wait a minute. I see apartments. I get excited. Apartment fights is definitely one of my favorites.
I think for a good reason as well, but we're gonna wait for that a little later on, folks. I am with Torix on this one. This could get really interesting. Meanwhile, M249 in hand here, as well as an AK. Takuru definitely ready to go, at least for one encounter, not necessarily for health. Now, I gotta ask you, Torix, are you a 5.56 guy or a 7.62 guy? It's just on the top of my head. Definitely a 7.62 guy. Gotcha. Okay. Speaking of, there's Woke. Okay, taking out Destro. Wow. Okay. And again, Woke. A lot of wordplay here going on, ladies and gentlemen. But Destro suffering the very first knock of our game number 2. And if I'm looking at this correctly, LF does not have a fourth man.
Yeah, I was about to point that out as well. That once again, ladies and gentlemen, in today's matches, we are seeing a team with one less player. La Familia is the name, ladies and gentlemen, so far right now. But aside from that, one hit is also down to the 3 players. There's also another team that I do believe so. Okay, no, one hit is the only one. The other team that got the knockdown, they managed to get that revival done. But now, going on to the Saverny region, we see these guys, one hit all alone. Nobody's into the close proximity. And even the plane line was not even here. The plane line was not into this favor. So they took the cars, they found the cars, they took them out and came here out of their way. But the circle, I do believe so. It's on the western side of the area, so there's definitely going to be a lot of things. But there we go, 4 Knights. I thought BAGH was going to be the one responsible to take these guys down, but no, it's 4 Knights. They can BAGH down the same way that I was talking about, that okay, they might chase them down. No, it's 4 Knights that's chasing BAGH down, in fact, this time.
And pure aim, you know, getting blood on his hands in at the expense of Joker White. You gotta love it. Here we go, 4 Knights. They've been showing up quite well as of the past number of games, Toric. So let's see. It is us just waiting for what surprises these fine players are gonna hand over. Now, looking at a while ago's game, we're gonna take a little bit of a throwback here, folks. Tribe AEROMACY and BLUZZ officials were booted out before they can gather the ample points to add to their board. You know, there were some additions, eliminations wise, but placement was really scarce for these teams. I don't think that they'd want to go out that way again.
I mean, that's kind of like a very difficult situation that we're facing right now for all of this fight that's going on. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, Erangel is going slow. That's what I'm loving about Erangel. The first 2 stages, okay, they can go slow. I won't mind that. But from the 3rd stage, come on, we need some action. We need some juice from the teams, from all of these players who like take that action into their own hands.
Yeah, it's also one thing why we're super excited for Sanhok, guys, because the fact that there's a huge chance that these players are going to come across each other very soon. Not to say that we're not liking the amount of eliminations we already have, but this happened a lot sooner. Whenever, at least during the Sanhok game, and it might keep doing so in the next Sanhok game. But for now, we're going to be with Erangel. With El Clasico. The one thing I like very much about Erangel is the abundance of vehicles and the need to have a vehicle whenever you're here.
Whatever you have, whatever vehicle that you have here, you can use that. Yes, that's for sure. Sanhok is the only map that I would not prefer the vehicles, but Erangel, yes, you can if you want to. If not, you can definitely like skip them out. But Miramar is one of the map where vehicles is a must.
Oh, you do.
It's a necessity. You do. If you don't have a vehicle, you're not gonna survive. That's one thing that's set in stones in all of the Miramar. That if you don't have a vehicle, you're not gonna be able to like rotate efficiently. When you get into one circle, the second one is already gonna start. The third one is already gonna like begin at that point in time. So you're just gonna keep on running and running and running with the utilities or the arsenals, like the healings that you have. But going back into Erangel, Miramar is still 1 match further away. Going back to the Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, it is 4 Knights versus RS this time around. That's into the proximity in front of each other. There's a Bamba Dada here, pure aim. Let's see if your aim is pure right here and now. But Venom takes Jiggle God down. It's a knock. It's a confirmation. That's the 2nd elimination that 4K is gonna have.
Man, I did say that 4K is looking real sharp for this match and for the past few games as well. I want to see what else they have in the bag. They're keeping their sights on RS right now, and Jiggle God. You know, I started to become a fan, but there he goes. I mean, that's the nature of PUBG Mobile. You're never gonna know who will take you out in the next match, guys. So always have eyes in the back of your head. And I mean that figuratively, of course. Meanwhile, if I'm going to make a prediction here, a very bold one, there's a chance that DRS might take this because we haven't seen a lot of them so far, right? DRS definitely, we know them for being ultimately patient. However, I cannot say the same for RS as Anish from BAGH just got taken out. Look at this. And a little bit of pinch. Vengeance, care of Extreme. Looks like they're going to close out the deal here. Yep, vehicular frag again. We're going to go for another one. Double tap. Yep, yes, sir.
I mean, that only means one thing, that we're going to have some vehicle eliminations and summary at the end of this game, ladies and gentlemen. But the first circle is about to close down. The first circle is going to go all the way down. The first one, it was Western. Now it's Southern. Going down to the bridge side. The bridge is still in the vicinity of the circle. That's a one good thing about the circle is the fact that now, even if the teams wants to, they can actually hold down the bridge for a tad bit longer bit of time. And I would love that. I would love some bridge holding. I would love to see that. But nobody's going to go to the military base island, so I don't think that bridge holding is going to like actually occur at this point in time. But for Knight, so far, with the 2 eliminations that they have, they are also at the corner of the circle. Not moving too much. They can go to the quarry. They can hold their positions over there. So far, it's 2 eliminations to these guys, right? So even right now, with these 2 eliminations, the confidence boost is definitely good for these guys. If they want to, they can cement themselves for a short pace, a slow pace from this point, and go again to the fight into maybe stage number 5, stage number 6 from that point onward. But you know who else is in the fight? Is the team NEPX close to the team HLX. The fight can ensue if they want to, but at the same time they also have the chance of disengaging.
Oh yeah, if it was up to me, I'd definitely go for the latter. We are very early on. The points will definitely, or at least almost going to be a lot easier when you're down to the last few teams, right? And we've seen that happen time and time again. We have Claw with the Amphibian over here. It's got to be just got to regroup with the rest of the guys. We did talk about how vehicles are vital for Miramar, and again, I did bring it up earlier. Vehicles can be your friend and or your enemy. Now, meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of new names on the feed here, Torix. I thought we were gonna go slow, but stage 2, and it's already filled with mayhem. If I'm gonna say so myself.
It started a mayhem, they definitely did, and everybody's trying. I love the spirit from the team that everybody, as soon as they're gonna spot down the player, they're instantly gonna try to spray him down. But I did saw a headshot connection. This far away from the 3-time scope by Claw. So definitely the chances were there to get that elimination, but unfortunately for this guy, he was not able to secure that. He was not able to get the knockdown. Imagine a knockdown that further away from the M416 at 3 times. On top of that, what the other team would be feeling at that point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, it's Sakuda into the kill feed versus DRS. DRS, that is on the hashtag number 5 after yesterday's last match, winner chicken dinner. Now they are going to lose one of their players. They're going to lose one of their crucial players. So with the 3 man now from this point onward, they have to be really careful on what they're going to do, because if it's once again the last match chicken dinner, oh my god, we might not see some good actions. But AST, wait a second, try AEROMACY. What is going on with these guys? Why are they losing their player?
Man, getting picked off by AKAZAYA as well. This team, they're not gonna allow a Tribe AEROMACY to get that momentum back up and running. This is very intriguing for me. And meanwhile, I am proven wrong. DRS already lost one of their own, but not with a little bit of a trade there, against Himson from SKD. I'm gonna check this out. I'm pretty sure Example can actually hear the revive over here, but they did a little damage to himself.
Ouch. But to the white T, that's an initialization right there. It's a knock, it's a confirmation, and now this guy's not gonna stop. You can see Example making an example of everybody. Kill YT from the different angle. He's also gonna go, but oh no, Example, you overwent. You overshot your shot. But Kill YT, why would you do that? Why would you nade your own self and DRS with these small mistakes? One over pushing, one just nading his own self. But this is the time where there's going to be a lot of casualties now on the DRS side, and DRS, they're definitely going to lose a lot of players over there. Potentially, this is the end for the DRS at this point in time, because there's nobody else to save the solo guy or to survive, and they are kind of completely pushing on. Cyclone gets Molotov'd and gets eliminated right there and then. 2 eliminations for the 4 YONKO and the Lucky Cat, and without a single casualty. They only took down one of this player at this point in time, so I'm not too surprised. But DRS, the team that is on the hashtag number 5, they're gone from this game.
Man, I like to point out Fearless eliminated from on the side of 4YLC, but they're still looking pretty okay. Punk just 1 revival, and the team will be back on their feet. I saw a lot of S1897 right there. Got a lot of good frags. It was a very shotgun encounter for both these teams a while ago. Now DRS, I can't be more wrong with how I predicted it. And guys, over a chat, please do not hate me. I'm just making my predictions. I know I jinxed DRS, but better luck next time. I guess. I'm so sorry. That is definitely a me thing. SDMZ already getting their hands full here against AKZ. Got a couple knocks, and I think a vehicular frag as well. Beepin just trying to check the top of the bridge. Now this is what I enjoy. This is definitely, truly what I enjoy when it comes to Erangel. A lot of these strange corners, a lot of these peculiar angles that you have to watch out for, especially during crunch time. We're down to our 15 teams. Actually, you know what? Now we're going back to being slow here, Torix. We're still at 15 teams, and it's already stage 3.
We just have a phase of that fast pace.
Yeah.
Then it once again comes back to the slow game for all of these teams, and that's exactly what's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. But for how long is this going to continue? This is the question. So far, only one team, and that is DRS, that has been eliminated from this match. MAKPEN, another one of the names that I'm really hopeful to, like, they're going to secure some decent number of points, decent number of eliminations for themselves at the very least in this match. They're right now on our screen. One hit is also so far here versus AEROMACY. You can see the long ranges fight that's happening. Dilla throwing the grenade with the trajectory, not gonna get any kind of connection. The player is finally gonna push on the S12K. The DBS is gonna make the connection and drive AEROMACY. Oh my god, it's back-to-back 2 bad matches now for these guys.
What was that, bro? Oh my goodness! Literally walked into the clenches, into the fist of death. I would say that was insane. Now, you know what? We're gonna leave that for later. We're gonna leave those remarks for later when we look at the highlights. But now LaFamilia, even with technically 2-player disadvantage, they're still holding their ground. We got Minto and Ra11 over here, just still trying to survive. I guess that's the word. We're not gonna overcomplicate it, right? Now, SDMZ, still a complete stack. Got a couple eliminations, still looking pretty healthy. I don't know if they're still intending to engage here. We still have a couple of minutes on stage 4. So, I'm pretty sure... Oh, never mind. You know what? Hold that thought. We have 4 YONKO Lucky Cats here. We have Punk has his hands full against BLUZZ.
Ooh, oh my god. Oh my goodness, that's a grenade, that's a confirmation, and for YONKO's Lucky Cat just got annihilated, obliterated from this match right here. And now we're down to 13, from 15 to 13 in a single instance, ladies and gentlemen. This is PUBG. This is the PMNC for you, ladies and gentlemen. 13 teams remaining into the match with 39 players alive. Minto gets a knockdown. He will get a finisher in a short while, but if LaFamilia is the solo guy, the last guy, that now that he's surviving, he gets eliminated, it's going to be over for the LaFamilia as well. Takudai versus HLX. They're also taking that initiative of the fight. But Takudai Pika, it's a knockdown, it's a confirmation, I do believe so on this.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna monitor the feed for that one. Now, I feel that LaFamilia, despite the fact that they haven't gotten a frag yet, I think they're starting to play a little bit more intelligently compared to how they were yesterday. A while ago, at this time in that same match, they already had frags, right? So this right here, this is a good sign of life. I would say so. That right there is a good indication that they are learning from their mistakes. Now, one hit down to their last player here in Dila. I want to see this because I'm pretty sure there's information going around.
I mean, I would love to see those too. There's definitely information going around into the proximities that, okay, there is the team. This is one player that might be situated at this angle or in this place. But so far, pure aim. Come on, you have to do something. But 777 goat. It's Tetra 7 goat, ladies and gentlemen, versus the niche. From BAGH Esports throwing the grenade. It's in its face and it's over. Extreme gets that final grenade connected upon the guys. Another circle shift is gonna go completely open. Where Extreme, I'd say they have a really decent spot. They're the only one with the dips and the ridges. And then we have somewhere into the area, HLX with some compounds, not all of them. So even right now, they're going to be in the safe side. But the next circle, they're not going to be able to like hold that position down. Whereas if the circle actually shifted towards the southern angle, once again, Extreme, BAGH Esports, they're definitely going to be sitting on gold from that point onward.
They are. But did you see that a while ago? We have Himson, the very last man from his team, I believe. Right? If I'm not wrong, though. But by himself, at least in the middle of the circle. I don't think it is. I don't think he's the last member, though. I'm going to check back on that. But Himson, when I looked at the mini-map, he was smacked right in the middle. Yeah, I think he has backup now. Maybe he has cavalry. Meanwhile, LaFamilia Esports, Still trying to get a little bit of some of the points here. Yep, there it is. There's SDMZ. Now, location revealed here for La Familia Esports. Oh no, this is not a good spot to be in. You do not want to be in this shack right now. And that noise is definitely going to draw in some teams. Oh, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about.
Oh my god. No way. No way. Come on, this is not the way to go. This is not the way to go. But Familia Esports, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen right now with the 2 players remaining. Shafu is looking at them from the different angle. The spray is definitely going to go, but instantly Mento is going to take down Shafu. And right now, with Aku coming around on the other side, there's 4K at a different angle, ladies and gentlemen. That's another knockdown. Goodness. That's another confirmation. MAKPEN is also receiving a lot of damage right there and then. ANTEIKU with MAKPEN. MAKPEN, one player gets a knockdown. The second one is trying to shoot at Codeine, but Codeine, just one more bullet. If it connects on you, you're over. It's over for you, and MAKPEN definitely makes it up. It's over for ANTEIKU right there, and then MAKPEN still alive. A good initiation this time. 29 total points, but BAGH Esports, they're the one holding that 8th spot. One more elimination if MAKPEN manages to secure against BAGH Esports. They're definitely going to be on the hashtag number 8. They're definitely going to go up into the overall ranking, but Claw is out of domain. Now, both of them, they're going to move forward, but the car is being shut down. The car is being completely obliterated with the bullets. The player is also going to receive a lot of damage, but the grenade is coming. Will it connect? Will it connect? This was the question of the century, but on the other side, there are also more grenades coming around. On the left side, he's definitely going to get a lot of damage. The second grenade is going to come. This might have taken the player down, but oh my god, I'm loving this. I'm loving this aggression. The Molotov's inside, the Molotov's outside, both ways. Dilla still manages to heal himself, save himself from all of this chaos. Even right now, heal. Come on, man, use those bandages that you have, because even a small bit of a splash damage from a grenade will instantly take you down.
Man, okay, I felt for Dila over there. Oh man, MAKPEN getting one more on the board, and you know what? I gotta give that to Dila right there. The man truly held on for as long as he could, but really that was all she wrote. Okay, so we have SKD also eliminated already, ladies and gentlemen. Now, La Familia still in this, by the way. I know they must have tried to relocate after what happened. The information got to the opposition for sure. Meanwhile, Stage 6 is starting to get real tight here, folks. Hidden Leaf Esports with 1 frag, still looking strong. You remember, they were the curse breaker yesterday, or they were the streak breaker. No, sorry, not the curse, the streak breaker. Though I like this. So with Hidden Leaf Esports probably taking comfort with this map and the way that they're playing right now, they just might make it to our top 4, if not win the entire thing, Torix.
That's the thing. It's top 8, ladies and gentlemen. It's top 8 at this point in time. Right now, the top 8 teams are like BLUZZ, HLX, BAGH, MAKPEN, NEPX, 4K, LF, and AKZ. They are the ones taking those initiative in the fights at this point in time, but we do have to see what's going to happen. Who's going to take that initiative? Who's going to get that first knockout? And the casualties upon the rest of the team. That's going to start the chain reaction of those eliminations. The tap fires, the sprays are definitely going over there, but not getting a connection. And finally, Raven managed to get a Venom down. Now his eyes are on the rest of the players as well. He actually knows more than one location of the players. He actually knows 2 other locations of the 4K. If he's good with it, if he's decent with it, he can definitely get those eliminations. But Hidden Leaf, he's over there. You can see them shooting at the players, but Ninja, he's low with the Molotov. He's on fire. A small bit of splash damage is going to be enough to take this player down.
Slayer taking out BLUZZ's TMG8. Okay, we got company here, folks. We got action ensuing now. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was really tragic for La Familia right there. Already looking good, but there also goes Ninja, or rather, who was it? That was Slayer. It was Slayer, guys. So Hidden Leaf from a very healthy population, right? Now down to 2 players active. A couple of them getting knocks. Now, if they're able to pick the other guys up, we'll be okay. They can continue the journey. Here we go. Extreme from BAGH taking out, who was that? Man, that went by so fast, bro. Oh, the play zone not being too forgiving on TMGA. There goes another one from BLUZZ, leaving only one man standing. However, the entirety of HLX still looking real tight over here. There goes BLUZZ, buddy. There goes BLUZZ.
Oh my god, the taps are working on. Oh my god, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. The taps, they're every single one of them is connecting. And there we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, coordination. That's the frag going around, and it's over. It's over for another team. Right there, and then we have to leave once again versus the team NEPX. One player is more left from the team NEPX side. Be very precise on what you're going to do. Ry11 is the only guy alive in this vicinity, as well as a three-man squad. This guy survived for a very decent amount of time, but 4K finally manages to put the final nail on it. This guy gets eliminated right there, and then we're down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. 14 teams, 5 total, 14 players, in fact, 5 total teams, and 4K on the verge of getting those revives done.
Yeah, man, if they do, then they'll be strong enough, I'd say healthy enough, to take on the only other complete team basically in the game right now. We have HLX, Hidden Leaf. Are they gonna do it again? Remember, folks, Hidden Leaf Esports, they won the 4th match yesterday. So that right there is already a testament of what they can do. AKAZAYA, however, I can't say the same. They have just been eliminated, leaving in 5th place. Meanwhile, BAGH Esports just making use of what they have. We got 3 players strong and 8 eliminations. So far, the team to beat when it comes to those crucial kills.
Those are some crucial kills coming around. HLX, my eyes are on these guys because they're the one closest of securing the decent number of points if they can to get more than 50 points for themselves. But BAGH Esports is also another name that has 8 eliminations secured at least into this match, so a good initiation can also be done by these guys. But MAKPEN from the Slayer, from the HLX Slayer, MAKPEN gets taken down. It's a 1 down. The player comes into the play. Before he can rip down the player with the car, the backstabs comes into the vicinity, comes into the play, gets the final nail of the coffin on the MAKPEN, and it's over. We're down to the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 scenario. 4K with the 4 players alive, 5 eliminations to their name. This is also a great start for the 4K, a decent start, because they're, even if they get eliminated over here, they're definitely going to secure 10 total points for themselves. But BAGH Esports, their location has been revealed. A grenade comes in. BAGH Esports Extreme manages to get into the backside once again, but the stage number 7 is closing on, ladies and gentlemen. 15 more seconds, and this stage is gonna close up. There's definitely going to be a lot of difficulties for a lot of players, a lot of action that we will see from this point onward.
Yeah, I really want to see how this last change of the zone is going to be like. Look at that. Venom, very short on ammunition for both weapons. This is going to be tough. Now, Venom has to be wise unless some of his teammates actually spot him some bullets. Oh, but even then, taking out Ninja in the process. Venom, you cannot put these guys down, man. These 4 knights, they're unstoppable so far. Sure, they don't really have the frag lead, but the fact that they're complete alongside HLX. You know, I also thought that HLX lost one of their own already, but look at that. Still ready for a revive here, Torix.
How? I mean, how low was the guy to be not able to see into this area? How low was he? But ladies and gentlemen, this is PUBG Mobile. Oh my god, this is PMNC South Asia Fall Day number 2, the match number 2 that's going on, and 4K alongside of HLX. BAGH Esports the only one in the midst of all of the scenario that can actually like hold down the fort. Like, look, BAGH Esports, if they want to, they can get into the circle, the corner of the circle. Just let 4K and the team HLX take the fight, take the initiative, and just be the third party amongst all of these players. Be the third party, because these two teams, we are seeing them right next to each other. We are seeing them engage against each other at this point in time. Whereas BAGH Esports, they're just making some random shots alongside of the proximity to take some knockouts, maybe at the same time some casualties for themselves. But even if you do get some casualties, even if you do get some knockdowns, that's not going to be enough, because you have to push. You would have to push, and during that push, there's always a chance that the other team, whether it's the 4K or the team HLX, that they will do the third party against you.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a three-way standoff. Here we go. Nigesh taking out hit you. I think if I'm reading that correctly, right? Okay. Now Slayer with taking a ton of damage. He has to regroup with the rest of HLX. But the problem is he is walking towards enemy base right now. A lot of nades flying all over the place as well. Oh, not really the safest spot right here, folks. BAGH takes BAGH loses one more, make that 2, and just like that, eliminated. Ninja with the final touch on Extreme with that nade. Last couple teams here, and this is what we were talking about. The last 2 complete squads right here, Torix, they are truly the ones who are going to duke it out for that top spot. Here we go. Frag takes out Pure Aim. Oh, but Nigesh knocked down to his knees.
God, oh my God.
Oh, okay.
I'm loving this. I'm
4 nights.
12 elimination.
Woo!
You can go. The frag.
Last man. Last man.
That is the last man.
Oh!
Gets eliminated right there. And then HLX and Leaf Esports, ladies and gentlemen. That's the name. That's going to have the winner chicken dinner of the match number 2. The moment they're going to join the match, the moment their group is going to play, they're going to initiate all of this action with a winner chicken dinner.
That was nice for HLX. This is their second winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, and an Erangel, right? So that right there, is added to the book. I'm very happy to see these guys once again back on top. I like the fact that they had a ton. They had a bunch of frags and 4K. They played a bit more patient in my opinion, or at least they didn't really engage very early, giving these guys a lot to watch out for, because numbers, right, at the very end, the final circle, some of the latter stages of the match, you're definitely gonna want to keep those numbers on your side. Frag really put a dent on Pure Aim with that one, or rather he really put a dent on 4K after taking out Pure Aim.
He definitely did. He definitely did that. But it is 8 elimination for Frag alone. A total of 15 eliminations for the whole team. 25 total points, ladies and gentlemen, that this team is going to have for themselves after this match. Liquid 1, Ninja 3, 3 for Slayer, 8 for Frag. And I can definitely say for sure that this guy, he's going to be on the MVP list now. He is definitely going to be on the MVP list, because if he's not, I don't know what is going on at this point in time. 8 eliminations and still not into the MVP race. It's definitely going to be a sad thing. But damage-wise, a total of 2,065 damage was done by these guys going into the match. Somebody, wait a second. Why am I not seeing vehicle eliminations? Why am I not seeing vehicle eliminations? This is my question right now. But 58 elimination, ladies and gentlemen, 66 knockouts, 293 of the throwables used, totaling of 10,202.
Wow. Okay, so that's way above average. You know, that's what we like. We're closing in on a 300 count here for our lethals, right? Now here we go. I want to talk about how Frag was able to, for all pun intended, frag out 8 of those. And to be honest, our cam was not on him the whole time. He did make some spectacular kills though, some spectacular eliminations. I want to see more. I want to see if Woke has been dethroned by the end of the day. It's just one of my curiosities thus far. But that wraps up, folks, our first Erangel of the day. I can't believe I'm saying that. I cannot believe I'm actually saying that. Look at this. 10 points for the winner in the chicken dinner, outnumbered up to 50% by their eliminations. 25 points for HLX. That's a big difference, a big notable difference compared to 4K with 13, tied with BAGH, MAKPEN with 11, and again, another big gap for BLUZZ. Now, we don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, Torix, but they gotta make haste if they want to keep their top spot again.
But going into the overall, it is still AEROMACY. 3 matches into 3 points into the first match, 3 points into the second one, getting from 60 to 66. Hidden Leaf Esports, and now this is a name. This is a name. After securing this win of a chicken dinner, they're on the same path of number of win of a chicken dinners as the AEROMACY. 2-2. 5 matches played out of 6 matches in total. 24 position points. 26 is for the tribe AEROMACY, and then we have the elimination number. That's 5 in total. That's the difference. 61 to 66. 5 points is the difference. Next match, they might be able to overtake this team away. Going on to the second page. Now this is where the things are definitely going to crumble. ANTEIKU with 0 points. Now after 2 matches, they managed to secure just the 2 points. They're not doing good. They're not playing good whatsoever for some reason. I don't know. They need to fix a lot of things for themselves. But AKAZAYA, alongside of the SDMZ's LAFAMILIA, they also need to do something wonder, because 10, 11, 12 points, they're not going to do anything good. NRC, okay, 19 points is a decent one, but now from this point onward, you have to start doing something. You have to start gathering the points, because if you don't, then it's definitely going to be not a good situation for you. But going into the top 5 eliminator, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 overall, BLUZZ, nobody's taken off BLUZZ from the overall ranking. But going on, we have ladies and gentlemen, 13 total elimination. And then we have BAGH, and last but not the least, AST's Delta.
Man, this is going to be a long day for those who want to be MVP, right? Because I'm seeing some new names on the board as early as now, Torik. So I'm going to hold my breath for that one, folks. Now, again, HLX, Hidden Leaf Esports. What did I say yesterday? They're not going to stay hidden for long, I'm sure of it. And this is exactly what happened. They're down to their second winner chicken dinner, tying it up with with tribe AEROMACY. Now, whoever gets their third will surely propel themselves a little bit higher onto the chart. Whether it's Hidden Leaf or tribe AEROMACY, we're gonna watch out for that one.
Well, we definitely will have to watch out for that one. Who's going to have the winner chicken for the next match? Ladies and gentlemen, before heading over to our match number 3, the Miramar, the only Miramar that we're going to witness today, we're going to go to a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay and enjoy the highlights.
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work. I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get them.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3, tactical mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4, minecart tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5, climbing tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
We're here, ladies and gentlemen, once again back to the PMNC South Asia Fall 2025 together with you for the match number 3, day number 2. With you guys, it's me, Torix, and with me, it is Pika, the one and only for the day number 1 and the day number 2 as well. Pika, welcome back. And throughout the first 2 matches, everything been going to very, very spicy. But will the spice continue into the Miramar match? This is the question.
Yeah, you know, spice is a very light word compared to the heat alongside Miramar. You know, it is one of the maps that we always kind of dread every now and then because of how big it is, how slow the games can be. But at the same time, it's what we want for PUBG. You know, we want that high octane action. But this time, it is gonna be team basically Group C, who will be sitting it out. We're gonna leave it to teams A, B, or groups A, B, D, and E to take on the Dirty Dust.
This is a group, ladies and gentlemen, that's not going to play. And the one that's going to play, in fact, right here, you can see on our screen, AT, AST, BAGH, RS, AKAZAYA, One Hit, BLUZZ, MAKPEN, there's GTK, NAV, ASL, 4 Death Machines, LF, HLX, NEPX, and DRX. I mean, at this point in time, AEROMACY is once again back into the action, ladies and gentlemen. They are here to take that action for themselves. There's also the team RS, AKAZAYA is there, ANTEIKU is here. So it all comes down to the fact that whosoever takes this Miramar for themselves and how they're going to be able to take that Miramar for themselves, because this is just going to be a very, very, very big map for the teams. First difficulty for the teams is going to be on that, in fact, that big radius area of the fight. For that, as we head over to our match number 3, the Miramar, it is on our screen.
Oh man, are we getting a mines here? Minas Generales, please. We just, just once. That's just me being me, all right? So I gotta point out the fact that that plane has the emblem of a liquor from Resident Evil. I'm sorry, I'm just absolutely distracted here, folks. So let's go. We're going up, right? You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? Beautiful art. A little distraction here, folks. We're gamers at heart, just to speak. Meanwhile, the last drop will be towards El Azahar, and Campo Militar might actually be one of the more viable choices if you're one of the late droppers, if you choose to. So let's see who among the teams will actually dare to do so, be the last ones out.
Who's going to be the last one out? Who's not going to be the last one out? From this point onward, this is the question going around for all of these players. But so far, the plane line, where it's kind of like going onto the favorite side of the eastern angle. Please, I want the circle to favor the plane line. Go to the PMGC circle. Get the PMGC circle. Those small islands, I want them to be a part of our journey.
Oh, no. Okay.
Wow.
Absolute denial. And now the teams have to go westward here, folks, especially Team RS, who tried to get down from Partona earlier on. We're gonna be holding on to that thought for the time being. Meanwhile, AT, we're seeing them on our screens right now. I'm gonna theorize here. I do believe that La Familia. I'm actually very happy as well that La Familia still in this. They're given multiple chances to try and get those points onto the board. Unfortunately, we already have one casualty. I failed to see who that was, though, but we already have one on the board, care of the Mini 14.
That's a decent number of
eliminations. Jane!
And the Miramar regarding Miramar. Oh my god, Jane! Maha!
Oh!
That Maha is gone. That first initial elimination is done and dusted by this guy. It's a very amazing job. And ASL ABRUPT Slayers are making sure that this match, they are here to get those casualties upon their opponents and not onto themselves. They're here to get those decent number of points. And BLUZZ Official is also one of the team that's going to get a knockdown by the car. Will they get a confirmation with it as well or not? But ABRUPT Slayer, Jane, you need to heal yourself. But this Lamborghini is also suited for 2. And those 2, they're just going to leave you behind.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's go for that car talk a little later on. Lamborghini, still a Lamborghini, right? Meanwhile, BLUZZ Officials already has one on the board, care of AKAZAYA. And Woke, there we go. Confirmed frag for Woke, continuing his reign of terror as the highest fragger so far by himself. Let's see how long that's gonna last. All right, Gyro Sir, AKAZAYA, the rest of BLUZZ. I'm pretty sure they also wanna, they want to get their names on the board. I remember that he wasn't alone. I believe that it was Gyro Sir who was also sharing those high frag counts alongside Woke when I looked at the charts earlier. So maybe, just maybe, that might be the case a little later when the day ends.
I mean, that's only one thing that we will know when the day will end. But so far, it is 16 teams. It's still the halfway point. We are still not at the halfway point, ladies and gentlemen. We will be when this match comes to maybe stage number 4, stage number 5. And then we can say, yeah, we're at the halfway point from this point onward. But BLUZZ Official, 2 eliminations so far. A decent number securing after like 2 bad matches. Not 2 good matches. Not bad, but not too good as well. But BLUZZ Official now, they're slowly cementing themselves into the proximity. The Miramar might be their headstrong match because this is where they started to get those elimination numbers. And now from this point onward, BAGH Esports is another name near the Los Leones area. I don't see anyone even close to their proximity because even in the minimap, I see nobody into the Los Leones. So it only might be BAGH, just BAGH, all alone in the entirety of the Los Leones. But 500, 900 meters, in fact, away from the circle. So they have to definitely travel almost 1,000 meters. And in Miramar, 1,000 meters, oh, it's too long.
It do be, anything can happen as soon as you try to traverse that. But let's see. We still have like 3 minutes left for stage 1. A little pause from the previous bloodbath at the expense of AKZ, unfortunately. So we can stay steady. We can stay cool. But for those of you who are yet to to know the real threats of Miramar. Think of it this way: if you're one of the players, or if you're one of the teams who fail to get the high ground, especially towards the latter part of the circles, if that is where the circle will take you, you are almost guaranteed to be eliminated. Perspective is key for Miramar. Just like this. Look at where Hidden Leaf Esports is. Now that is high ground, Torix. Highest of grounds.
That is the high ground right there. But let's see what's going to happen in the middle of the circle as AEROMACY, close to the HLX, close to the T2K, and the DRS is in the proximity. There's 4 death machines into the back northern side as well near the creative field, so if they want to, they can actually be a part of this in the long range of vicinity with the shots and all those sprays that they can actually accumulate against the team. But so far it is HLX versus AEROMACY. I kind of want to see if they are actually close, or it's just the Miramar playing tricks on our eyes from that further away. But T2K, ladies and gentlemen, this is another team that was close to the proximity, but not too close. So they're still going to go on the top of the mountains, and they're just going to hold down the premises, hold down the perimeters. They know, like, these mountain ranges right now, as in the middle of the circle, it's going to be super informational and super useful for the rest of their matches. But yes, it is a close fight. AEROMACY versus Hidden Leaf. It's a Liquid with the Mini 14. The taps are going, but there's a oh my god, a Winchester 97 that managed to get a headshot onto this guy. AEROMACY Rig, what are you made of, man? This beautiful shot from the Winchester made its way to Giante's knowledge, and Giante just threw a grenade and made sure that the second guy is knocked down. But no, wait a second, no, wait, whoa. Everybody got into the car in the right time. I thought for a second someone's definitely going to fall down, but no, it's a 4 versus 4-wheeler car that's going up, and they're going to definitely take all the players of the HLX out from this proximity. Even if they fall down from here, they're definitely falling to their own demise.
Oh my goodness, man. That was a lot of action for me to handle. First, again, a Win 45 frag, headshot. Good follow through by Giante. Now, HLX losing two of their players, man. 50% manpower gone and the high ground advantage. I cannot stress out how frustrating that may be, folks, especially for HLX. I'm pretty sure that spot right there would have been good to hold, especially, granted, we're only at stage 1. That would have been a very, very nice spot, at least based on how the circle will be, for the team to hold up for the time being. But now HLX is in deep trouble.
Oh my god, they are in trouble. They're indeed in trouble right now. HLX, do something from this point onward, because everything that you have done so far to get into the top 2 into the overall ranking with 61 points, it's gonna be in a way. And if you can't manage to secure some decent number of points in this match, the circle is about to take another shift, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna go. Oh my god, HLX, AEROMACY, they are no longer in the circle, but 4 death machines staying near the crater field at the top of the mountain. Now they are gonna look at everyone that's gonna come from this point onward toward these guys. BAGH Esports is also coming close to the team HLX. The fight can definitely ensue. ABRUPT players outside of the blue zone, taking that blue damage, in fact, and 2,000 meters away. The first aid kit, there we go. They're gonna have it, and from this point onward, they do definitely need to move in the circle. But oh my god, ouch, ouchies, that's ouchies going out. But okay, wait, he survived. It's still not over. I thought for a second he definitely is gonna fall down all the way down to his demise, but no, he's very lucky. Trix is very calm. He was very composed. If I was there, I would have started shaking at least the screen.
He was also pretty nonchalant about it, the way that he just shrugged it off. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. The buggy's okay, so am I. Not so much as a scratch on me. that was funny. Okay, we needed some of those after what's been going on. Now, when I looked at the minimap a while ago, as we tried to scan where the circle was going to be, I saw that LaFamilia might have a close encounter with MAKPEN. So maybe later we're going to see if they do come across each other. I am really genuinely curious. Meanwhile, AEROMACY, this time I feel that they should be careful, seeing as how BLUZZ was unable to make 2 good calls, for the past couple of matches. In this case, HLX as well, the previous winners of our chicken dinner, now gone with lost rather 2 of their players so early on in an attempt to secure high ground. So Tribe AEROMACY, they have to be smart about this. They got resources, they have the manpower, they have the firepower as well, but I don't know if this is a very smart idea to go up against BAGH this early, because look at this, the entire area is considerably free. I think they could just hold up here, not engage into anything.
Oh my god. I'm loving this to the point right now that okay, stage number 2 and the slogan can definitely work out, but LaFamilia Ra 11, he gets 1 player off, AKAZAYA down, and now down to the last guy, that is Maha. It's all up to this lady. It's all up to this lady from this point onward to make sure that her team works out the situation and moves forward at least a decent number of points. AKAZAYA, so far it's 11 points, including the one that they have in this match. So it's everything up to the Maha to survive till the very end. The circle is about to take another shift in 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. BLUZZ Official versus Tribe AEROMACY. In fact, ANTEIKU is taking the fight, but DRS versus BLUZZ Official, it's also happening. The grenade goes over there. Example gets taken down. This is not the right way to go, but the circle is going to go shift towards the southern side once again to the creative fields of our 4 death machines. They're definitely going to be in the center of the circle. NEPX close to the BAGH Esports, the 3v fight that can ensue. But on the northern side, I'm more excited about the northern side, to where everybody like DRS, there is another team, there's 2 different teams outside of the circle, and as they were moving in the circle, as they will move in the circle, they will definitely start the fight whatsoever.
I'm gonna wait for that, man, but direct hit on Example, just like that. I saw the entire HP, or if that was Example that got hit by the nade, I was in utter shock after that happened. Okay. But now eyes on the ball here, folks. Abrupt Slayers, they gotta make haste if they want to make it inside the circle. They're still pretty fresh, Stage 3, not bad. Here we go. Trix has another player inside. Killmonger, okay, letting it rip. But no, has to withdraw a little bit. Definitely giving away his position. Probably need to rotate. Ninja taking out JDI from DRS. Actions ensuing again, folks. Abrupt Slayers has their hands full. But Joker, I think not getting not a lot of mileage from that. I can say the same for Ninja, though. Already taken out JDI.
That's some more eliminations going around, but Maha, come on, losing her life to the play circle. This is not another good game for these players. But aside from that, let's go back to the reality once again into the game. ASL, Abrupt Slayers. Ooh, some nice moves from Joker and Jane. But into the kill feed, you can see the Jimmy versus Jiggle God. The fight has started. The knocks and the confirmations are coming around. On the top of the mountain, we see Tribe AEROMACY close to BAGH, close to the proximity of HLX. These 3-way fight that can happen. But look at the mini-map. DRX is there. There is a BAGH Esports. There is a HLX. There's so many teams near that area. And these guys, Tribe AEROMACY, from the top of the mountain, they can easily secure some decent number of eliminations from that. But BLUZZ Official versus 1 hit so far on our screen. The Molotov, the grenades are going, but Zrox, you have to be very careful now. This is not the right way to go this further ahead aside from your team. Your team was super far away. Now they're together with you. Now you can go. Now if you want to decide to push, aggress upon on the team, you can do that now.
Yeah, the cavalry has arrived indeed. So now let's see. Okay, so Rox got himself a vehicle, right? They definitely need to regroup. Woke still out in the open, probably to scout, gather a little bit of information. He might be very close to the sights of 1 hit though, if he's not careful. Oh, there. Speaking of not being careful, Destro taking out Rox. I had to say it, man. And it wasn't even Woke that got hit. It was Rox. Okay, Gyrosir got to regroup, but he only have 1 medkit at hand. Woke has to take a little bit of medication here, just heal himself a little bit. Gyrosir on his knees, care of Tabs. I knew it. 1 hit was just waiting. They're being very patient. They do have the shack advantage. They had the house to work with. And a dip by Cloud. Oh, man, third party. You called it. You called it right there, Torix.
I mean, it was pretty obvious at this point in time that if BLUZZ Official did not push, they're definitely going to get aggressed upon from that point onward. That's exactly what's going to happen. The sprays are going to come around, seconds. Oh,
Believable.
official. They're gonna be done and dusted. 3 eliminations in total in this match, so 62 total points. Still gonna be on the number 3 because rest of the teams like HLX is still alive. There's AEROMACY that's still alive. But look at the circle this time around. It's gonna go once again to the creative field, ladies and gentlemen. Western side it is. All of the creative field is in the circle. This is the first time that I'm seeing circle favor this much to the creative field that it's completely submerging all of that creative field city inside of it.
Man, for the 3rd time, BLUZZ officials unable to secure placement points, Torix. This is not a good look for BLUZZ officials. I mean, collectively. I'm just talking about the players, but I have faith. Again, I'm keeping my hopes up for BLUZZ officials. They are very adamant. From yesterday, they were able to 2nd place a bunch of times, right? So it might come back. You know, it might come back to them. Meanwhile, for Death Machines, Killmonger, they were our first winners of the chicken dinner rather. So they might just be able to do it again with the right calls. Now we saw what happened here with HLX, right? Overstaying your welcome in the high ground might be a problem. There goes another. One more for the feed. AT Codeine just I'd say surveilling the premises. Let's see. They gotta slow down a little bit here, buddy. I feel so. Minute and a half, guys. Minute and a half. Yeah, there goes Codeine, man. I told you. There he is.
Oh my god. There we go. We have some decent number of knockdowns, eliminations coming around.
Oh.
From 4 Death Machines. The guy that was completely into the open areas, prone down, is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We have 4 Death Machines with their first elimination frag number. So T2K, they're coming in close. They're coming in hard with those utilities that they can dump upon on these guys. But Akaban in the hand of Ajaya, we have M16A4s, we have M4s. All of the players are ready with their arsenals. Peak 4 has the M416 with the same 3 times that almost took down the car into the Erangel match. But now for Death Machine's Peak, he's going to look at the long vicinity. He's going to find out one player. Will he spray? Will he get any connection? This is the main question. As the players are there. NEPX, be careful. You're being looked at. HLX frag taking down Anish. It's a knock. It's a elimination right there. MAKPEN is also making some connections. Decent number of connections on towards the players. But LAFAMILIA, Ra11, gets a knockdown by the NRC. And Susti gets the confirmation done. Tama is eliminated. And with this, HLX is going to secure the elimination and LAFAMILIA out of the match.
And I didn't even see them come in. You know, LAFAMILIA and MAKPEN. I remember a while ago they needed to go for a solid long hike just to get to the circle. But now they're here, dipping into the action. Look at that, MAKPEN. We still have Yeti at the very base, the south part of our circle here. Just goes to show how long they had to travel just to get here. And exiting it again, that's a strange call. Never mind though. ASL, we're gonna get back to them a little later. ASL still down there, panning back to NEPX as well as Train to Kill. Everybody, now this is the Miramar that we know, buddy. Stage 5, we still have 12 teams. Now they're gonna probably try to hole up somewhere a lot safer, get that high ground. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that happen to 4 Death Machines. Unfortunately, HLX, same idea, bad execution. Now let's see who's really gonna gain that ground that we so much crave here for Miramar.
No, that is absolutely true. So far, NEPX on the top of this building, and there's also a guy on the top of the mountain as well. So they're completely like scattered around this premises, but they're unaware of the situation that the T2K, if they come on the top of the mountain, T2K will be looking at them. They will be shooting at them. So they can't actually proceed to go at the top of the mountain or onto the other side of the mountain to be into the safer side angle. T2K, they're holding down the fort. They're holding the fort against the team NEPX at this point in time and team 1 hit at this point in time. But look at the kill feed with the new sniper rifle. The player from AEROMACY manages to get a knockdown with the headshots connection. MAKPEN now, this guy once again is ready to take down ABRUPT players. As the player is down, Yeti needs to be revived as well. So we will definitely see a revive first, maybe then a push after that. But MAKPEN is there. The back tire is punctured. Bamba, Dada, he is low on that HP and he's going to be taken down. It's a knock, it's a confirmation. Team RS is down to 3 players, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 3 versus 4 fight. Whereas on the other side, ABRUPT Slayer gets finished off. Oh my god, AEROMACY Rig gets Jane. The grenade comes in, Skywalker gets down. The second one may mark his end as well. Esports, come on, you have to push, but you also have to be very careful. By going outside, you're exposing yourself to the top of the mountain players.
Yeah, this is not the vantage point you'd want to have for BAGH Esports, because they're going to be easy pickings here. One sudden movement outside of this entire compound, that is going to be a problem. You are going to have some eagles up top looking down at you. Got to be super cautious. If not cautious, then you must be brave then, if you're going to be doing that. Meanwhile, look at this. Tribe AEROMACY still trying to seize the control of this entire mountaintop. I want to see how this goes, because MAKPEN also here. I know they want to take control of where the 4 death machines are. We saw them earlier. They look at that. Look at where they are. This is what HLX tried to do earlier but failed to do so. Now they're down to a couple players. Okay, back to the feed. We have Tricks taking out Goat. We have the Mini 14. Look at that. Look at where they are. They're just going to be raining meteorites for MAKPEN. That's going to hurt. Okay, no dice. Never mind.
They have to throw it early so it can like bounce off once or twice to lose the momentum. And at that time and point, there's definitely going to be a lot of time. So even if that happens, you are still going to be able to dodge the grenades, unless you're very focused on getting that revive. So you definitely need to knock down first, then throw the grenades at the opponents. But so far, Tribe AEROMACY, 5 eliminations, all the 4 players remaining. Mini 14 tap shots going around on the team RS, not getting any connections from the compounds. BAGH Esports, they're also trying to make some connections on the players, but I want to see Gyante. This is the 3rd time this guy has got the knockdown from the bolt action gun. I want to see Gyante's POV. I want to see that guy, how he's doing that, how he's getting those knockdowns on the players. But there we go, MAKPEN once again getting that revive on the players, and no grenade is coming from the 4 death machines, as they know it's not usable to throw the grenades at this point in time. So you have to be very conservative of the grenade, of the throwables, and just take the fight into the vicinity with the head-on guns, the sprays, or even the tap shots that you can actually accumulate on the players, upon your enemies. But 3 players are still alive from MAKPEN. This is the 3rd or 2nd time that the players have been knocked out. There's not going to be enough chances from this point onward for you, because if you get knocked out, you're definitely going to lose a lot of HP from this point onward. The more you get knocked out, the more easier it is to deplete your HP. The more HP goes down every single second. 11 teams are remaining, so even if anyone gets eliminated, any team gets eliminated, they're not gonna have any placement points. So that's why everybody's so fixated on those safer sides, that okay, we at least need some placement points, we at least need some placements for ourselves. But 4 death machines, wait a second, did they nade it themselves? That they did.
You know, man, some of these choices are rather bizarre in my opinion. So but I'm gonna look back at what 4 death machines did there, man. And you know, getting back to what you were saying, this is very important for a lot of the teams, simply because there are still some who are left at 0, no points, and that right there is scary, you know, for them advancing into the rest of the day, because this is already match number 3. You're gonna want to put something in there, you know what I mean? Now here we go, Destro taking out Domain and Claw as well. All these guys gone. Oh wow. All right. Another team eliminated, and that right there, another one without a single placement point.
Another one is gone. Another one is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's happening. This is what's going on. And this is what we are seeing right now at this point in time. You can definitely see some casualty that might occur. And MAKPEN is throwing the grenades into the place, as well as 2 of their players are down. Unkill is the only guy that is right now alive. And Tribe AEROMACY, they're definitely going to push. They're definitely going to aggress on these guys. The revive is not being done. The player is down. The spray from the UMP-45 is not going to connect upon the players. gets their hand onto the 9th elimination, ladies and gentlemen. This is going way too good for the AEROMACY in this match. 9 eliminations, a total of 75 points after so far with just the elimination numbers. You're still not going to get any placement points if you get eliminated, so be very careful of that. 5 eliminations for the team, 1 hit so far, and out of which Destro has 4. Stabs is also doing a lot of damage, a decent number of damage. 4 Death Machines versus T2K. It's happening into the kill feed as well.
All right. There's a lot going on now, man. I know they're going to start to pick up the pace. They want to eliminate as much threats as possible before the circle starts shrinking. We are already at stage 7. Now, this right here, this is not the conventional Miramar scene that you would always see, right? Here we go. Aditya taking out Igneous. So, getting back to what I was saying, there are now a lot of accessible compounds. There is the mix of high ground, some shacks, you know, I'd say some walls, barrels even. So there will be a lot of hiding places here. Now this will test not only your mobility but also your ability to stay hidden, your covertness. Let's see how that's going to work. HLX still has 1 player remaining, and we saw that guy earlier on. NEPX Esports though. You know what? I'm gonna say that Rex is the last man standing for NEPX. We go. Tricks taking out Cool for 4 Death Machines. I think that was the friendly fire from earlier on. 4 Death Machines now down to the last active players. Active player rather. Forgive me. Here we go.
Yeah.
Make that 1. Yeah, that is 1.
There's no hope. I don't think 4 Death Machine is gonna be able to survive from this point onward. But HLX, ladies and gentlemen, they were doing some definite good job with the sprays and everything, but can you get the knockdown? Can you get a knockdown with this bolt action? Come on, moving car. He does the damage. He can get that. But no, he does not. As the team RS gets eliminated by the hand of BAGH. Now BAGH, you're gonna face the wrath of this bolt action sniper. Only 40 bullets. Trix has a 315 to the backlines. Okay, into the backpack he has 350 more for himself. But Delta tap. 1 headshot. 2. Come on. He's a 1 HP, barely even a low HP. 1 more bullet, even some damage from anything, even the car ram down could have been enough to take him down, but you missed all the shots from after that. DRS killer YT, he's gonna get one of the players of the team BAGH. It's a knockdown. That's the damage from Gyante's side. This guy, he's good. He is good with the snipers, and I do love the fact that AEROMACY, they are in the circle, and if they want to, they can actually make sure that with the circle like placement for themselves, they can do wonders. But whoa. What is going on, AEROMACY? Why are you in the cars, and why is that car upside down?
Oh boy. Okay, I would feel so bad for AEROMACY if they actually lose this position, right? If they're unable to secure as many frags and as safe as they can be moving forward. We're already at stage 8 and about to enter stage 9 in a few seconds, folks. So this is crucial for AEROMACY. It is also up to Gyante with this amazing sniper rifle right here to actually make the biggest difference when it comes to getting those frags in. You know, this is 1 tap potential, you know, 1 to the noggin, and that's all she wrote for you. Now here we go. NEPX gone without eliminations.
Without elimination, ladies and gentlemen, and with this, now we're almost down to our last phases of the game. Sabs cooking the grenade, throwing it up to the BAGH side, but BAGH is gonna dodge it up. Delta cooking the grenade from 4 Death Machine, peak 4. He's in the front lines, not gonna get the damage. 4 Death Machine's also down to the last guy, but Stabs losing a lot of HP. He has to move back, he has to heal himself. Only 2 more first aid kits to this guy's names, and BAGH Esports, they're completely scattered into the area. They know that they're not gonna be able to get into the circle, so why not just take the fight outside of the circle as much as they can. The grenade is there, the Molotovs is also going. Grigor, can you get those Molotov connected? Delta gets a bomb. The extreme down. The second guy on the DRS's side. It's a back and forth from 2 different angles, 2 different fights. That's happening, ladies and gentlemen. DRS is securing their elimination. There's DRS Cloud versus Shrix. Shrix gets a knock confirmation. Whoa. Tribe AEROMACY, you have 12 elimination. This is not the time to lose your players, lose the HP that can potentially help you. But team, one hit coming on, taking down the players of the team DRS, and now DRS is also down to the very last. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 3 versus 4, and BAGH Esports, they have one knockdown player. If they can get that revive, it will be a 3 versus 3 versus 4 versus 1. But there we go, the revive is being done. The revive with the hand is there. The Astral King is gonna make sure that the player gets eliminated. And at the same time, they're also going to lose their own player. The sprint from Destro's side is definitely going to take Bomb out. It's a 3 versus a 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the sniper is making its work. The player is going for the revive, but Destro, can you get that initial knockout? This is the question.
Man, he got an AMR. Yes, I want to see this. They have to go down. There it is. Destro. I was going to say that a while ago. Destro, that was easy pickings for him. The way that he had to spray. By the way, in case you guys missed it, 4 Death Machines and DRS were the last 2 teams to be eliminated prior to this one. Down to the last couple teams. Tribe AEROMACY, this is a bad spot. 1 nade, 1 Molotov might do the trick here. And Destro taken out by the play zone. That knock was not a confirmed frag here on the side of Giante. But folks, check this out. Tribe AEROMACY does it for the 3rd time in 2 days.
Beautifully done. Tribe AEROMACY, ladies and gentlemen. For you, this is the name that's gonna secure the winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing amount of eliminations. I think 18 or 19 eliminations that these guys have, meaning 29 points. They're definitely gonna soar high onto the overall ranking from this point onward. So everything that we were talking about, okay, Tribe AEROMACY is not doing good for the 1 or 2 matches. They have successfully shut everybody down, and they're like, okay, this is our region, this is our fight. Top 4 fights, ladies and gentlemen. This is where everything started. Like 10 eliminations when they were on the top of the mountain. 1 hit RLX. They were the one responsible for the demise of the team DRS at that point in time. Delta got that Cyclone elimination. Then we had 1 hit doing the wonderful damage onto the side of BAGH Esports. That's 16 eliminations. You can see that, and with the 3 more onto their way, that's 19. Tribe AEROMACY, 29 points, ladies and gentlemen. 29 points that they are going to have, I can say for sure. And this is the name. These are the faces that's gonna have the winner chicken dinner. 18.
Man, they are so far. Yeah, probably like 18 eliminations plus 10 points. I think they are so far the highest pointing team in this leg of the tournament, right? And the playoffs, at least so far. Imagine that, 28 points in 1 game. That right there is a testament. Not only do they have the highest point so far, they are also the first 3-peater when it comes to winner chicken dinner. So what is gonna stop, or who is gonna stop Tribe AEROMACY so far? And mind you, there's no vengeance for any of the teams when it comes to Miramar. No. They're not gonna get it back, because that is the last Miramar of the day.
That is the last Miramar of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Now, from this point onward, come on, I want to see more stats. I want to see the individual eliminations, because I did took a peek on this. There was 5-5-4-4, meaning 18 total eliminations for the player side. And Giante and Delta, I think these were the 2 guys with the elimination number of 5, and then the rest of the 2 4s with Trix and Rig. But what a game by Team Tribe AEROMACY. What a game it was. They're definitely gonna soar high onto the hashtag number 1 overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's about time we do question on, okay, what about the other teams? What about the rest of the teams? How many points do they have? How many securements do they need to do to even get close to these guys from this point onward?
Yeah, definitely a big question. I want to see what gap they've established with the rest of the teams, right? Not just for their group, but for everybody. So that right there is going to be answered a little later on. We have a couple more games there, folks. So please hold on to your seats. Again, we're going to check this out. And look at the even amount of work they had here. Torix. We got 5-5 for Delta and Giante. We got Trix and Rig with 4-4. Just look at that. teamwork at its finest. So I can't say any more positives right now because this is just fantastic for wow, I actually said fantastic for Tribe AEROMACY right there. Now, moving forward, I also want to see if there has been a change in our throwables. I was about to say that. Yes, there is. It got way lower now compared to the 200 plus earlier on. But you know, still pretty decent considering that Miramar is a tricky map to pull this off.
I mean, yeah, Miramar is definitely a tricky map to pull these kind of grenade and throwables on, but at least throw those grenades that you find. I need those numbers to like soar high more than 300, at least into the Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, it is 65 knockouts, 60 eliminations, 1 vehicle eliminations, and Delta is the guy responsible for the longest elimination distance of this match. 2 airdrops looted in the midst of that. And we saw one of them being at the very end by the Tribe AEROMACY themselves with the level 3 arsenal that they got before the winner chicken dinner. 13,692 of the total healings used. That's a very huge number of healings that these guys have used for themselves. But this is the match number 3. We're down to 3. 3 are done and dusted. In fact, 2 more to go. Erangel and Sanhok. Sanhok and Erangel or Sanhok, something like that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that. We're definitely going to have the Sanhok. We're definitely going to have the Erangel. I don't know which order that is, but it's definitely these 2 match. Going to the match standing, in fact.
My goodness.
28 points. 16. Then we have 10. Look at the jump from the 28 down to 16 to the 10. That's very huge. That's too huge. And then everybody asks, okay, why is the other teams are not performing? Because these ones are doing the other team's work. They're securing every single elimination out there.
And if there's a time to be greedy, that is now, folks. You gotta make haste. You gotta aim your sights. I would say so. And just for match number 3, this is what we're working with, right? Tribe AEROMACY with 94. Who originally was very close to BLUZZ officials before we started our day number 2. Now look at that. 30 points approximately of a lead, right? Close to 30 points versus the next best team so far, Hidden Leaf Esports. And from there, everything just got closer and closer points-wise. It means that now Tribe AEROMACY can kind of stretch their legs a little. I'm just not so sure by how much, or if they will even intend to do so, to slow down. I don't think so, man. They're too hot right now.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. MAKPEN on the second chart on the very top, 31 points, 30 for the 4 YONKO Lucky Cat, NEPX 25, 23 for the ISSLXNRC. We have 21 for the 4 Knights. 21 as well, 13 for the rest of some of the teams.
Yep, there it is.
Top 5 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, has finally been taken away from the top spot, and Rig is right now standing there. He is sitting on that number 1 throne. 18 elimination, 3,534 damage. Okay, 17 with 3,105. Delta with 16, 3,096. Giante with 14, 3,178. HLX Frag, last but not the least, 14 total eliminations and 3,089 damage. Not very bad, not too good, but the main diversity comes into the survival side. The more you survive, the more good chances you have of securing that top 1 position into the overall MVPs.
Yeah, for game number 3, right? For match number 3, I was rendered curious whether or not Woke was going to keep his spot, because it was very close between him and Rig. So that answers my question. Should we have the same showing for Tribe AEROMACY? Woke's title might be completely buried, and if Rig does the same amount of work, there's gonna be a new head honcho here for the rest of our playoffs. I would say so myself. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, catch your breath. We will too. We're gonna take a quick break. Join us for the last 2 matches of the PMNC South Asia Fall Playoffs. Me and Torix will be right back.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3, tactical mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4, minecart tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5, climbing tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
Price of freedom is high.
Sorry.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 4 is about to commence as we are back from the break, from the highlights to you guys. Sanhok it will be, ladies and gentlemen. I took a peek over there. I took a peek at the map, but it is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the PUBG Mobile National Championship 2025 Fall, ladies and gentlemen. With you guys, it's Torix, and with me, one and only Pika for the day number 2 as well. Pika, welcome back once again. And the way everything is going on, AEROMACY has just secured the 28 points. Oh my god, they have set another bar once again for the day number 2 as well.
And I'm not actually just talking about the team itself, right? We're also talking about the accolades of the players that they have, such as Rig. You know, finally dethroning Woke from yesterday's MVP, getting the most number of eliminations in one go. And it could only go up from here, at least for Tribe AEROMACY. Who knows? They might do it again for the 4th time. You know, what could stop these teams? But, of course, let's not forget, there will be teams who are going to sit this one out, right? I believe that the next set of matches that we're going to have here will be A, C, D, and E. So Group B is going to be sitting down. That means that BLUZZ officials, MAKPEN, One Hit, and AKAZAYA will not be joining us for today. So for BLUZZ officials, retribution is yet to come forth.
Oh, it definitely is yet to come forward, ladies and gentlemen. But I do want to see what's going to happen from this point onward, how players are going to be able to play out the games. Because this time around, ladies and gentlemen, the teams that's going to play the matches, it's going to be on your screen. We have AEROMACY, we have ANTEIKU, we have BAGH, RS, 4K for YONKO's Lucky Cats. Then we have Sakudai, SDMZ, Riora's NEPX, HLX, LaFamilia, for Death Machines, ASL, and NAV, alongside of T2K. These are the 16 names that's going to go in the Sanhok match, in this Sanhok aggression. And oh my god, let me tell you, the first Sanhok was a little bit on the slow pace and last moments were kind of fast. This one, on the other hand, is going to go fast from the very get-go.
I really do hope so, to be honest with you. And considering that, yeah, you're right. There was a slow start, but it really picked up halfway through towards the end of the match. Now this could be a different story altogether. I'm also putting my cards on DRS this time. You know, I know I'm not gonna predict, but at the same time, I just kind of want to see DRS step it up again. You know, we don't want to have to go to the final game again before they stamp their name onto the victory boards that we have. Sanhok, 15 seconds away from another high speed game. To be honest with you, I just want to see how this is gonna pan out. And I'm keeping an open mind, Torix. We already saw a bunch of surprises yesterday. Who's to say that might not happen again here?
Who's to say it's not going to happen? It's going to happen. That is a question, but ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the match number 4. The Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, going from all the way down south to the Camp Alpha region. But it's Sanhok. Everybody knows that every place is accessible, even if it's Sanhok. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to see how many of the teams are going to go actually for those early engagements, early frags, because that's where the cookie is going to crumble. The one that's going to take the fight early on is definitely going to dominate, in my eyes, for the rest of the matches.
Man, okay. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. I want to see who's going to be the first to draw to draw from their weapons. You know, I'm excited. I'm definitely going to be excited. Now, look at the bottom of the map, man. Look at the south part of the map. What is this choice by 4YLC? We're headed to Camp Charlie. A while ago, Camp Charlie was left unattended, right? If you remember, it was rather empty. They had to actually sprint all the way there. They had to kind of hike just to get to Camp Charlie. But this time, it was the first choice, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look at the scatter as well. I'm gonna make this my clear point right now, Torix. Everyone are everywhere. Literally.
Look at SDMZs. Look at SDMZ.
Yes, that's true.
And ISSLNRC. They're right close to the proximity where they can start to fight NRC. Come on, Lucifer. I'm counting on you. With the AK, you are set, brother. You are set. Go get that aggression. That's my kind of gun right there. That's my favorite gun right there. You go, man. You go. But Aku gets a knockdown. He gets a finisher by the hand of BAGH. ABRUPT Slayer is also going to get a knockdown on the team LF, LaFamilia. But luckily, okay, they have a car, but whoa! The car was their demise as well as another player.
Man.
11 gets a knockdown and ABRUPT Slayers. This is going really good. This is going really good. Gangsta is super low on that HP. He's definitely going to bleed out. And there we go. The AK-47. In fact, AKM. Not the 47. Not here, ladies and gentlemen. Not here. It is AKM right here. But, ooh. That's some rage.
Oh, my gosh, bro.
Show me some more of that.
I know. I'm liking this so far. But, you know, look at that. La Familia falling like flies here. This is not a very good look. A while ago, they were already starting to pick up the pace. They were already on their way to build some momentum, but they were just taken out like that. Down to their last player. I want to see how this is going to be a game of survival for La Familia. Is that Minto? I think Minto is the last player standing. It looks like it's Minto. Yep.
Is he?
One wrong peek. Oh, heavily surrounded, and there goes La Familia, our first eliminated team. Very unfortunate. And all of that care of ASL.
That is the done and dustion of the team La Familia, ladies and gentlemen. 14 points, including the one in this match that they managed to secure. But ANTEIKU, ooh, they're ready to fight once again. They're close to BAGH, and BAGH does not even have the slightest of idea on where the player is. If he moves, he's going to give out the location. He doesn't need to move. He has to make sure that he's not even breathing at this point in time. He holds his breath to jump. The player is definitely going to find him. There's going to be 2 shots coming at him, and S12K is going to mark the elimination and the confirmation right there.
Look at this.
ANTEIKU down to the last guy, and Cloud is like, okay, I'm just going to throw this knife away, and then I'm going to be faster. I'm going to go into the water, cross the water. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My man wanted to go and swim, but no. The water's too shallow. The water's too shallow. He's stuck in the middle of both of those areas now.
Oh boy. This is what's fun about Sanhok, man. There's all the elements coming in. They just make the game even more interesting. A little horseback riding here for Trix. And a while ago, Trix had one of the more amazing plays. I remember that. Trix was able to go for a duo, a quick pinch, right? Getting themselves a hefty little frag. I like that. You know, the good sense of awareness, the game IQ of some of our teams right here. It's just remarkable. There we go. Precious getting a one confirmed frag in is that Naeem? I hope I'm reading that right. So with an AUG again with an AUG. Okay, I am a happy kid.
I mean, AUG is not my suited gun, and not even M416 at this point. I'd say I'm the AKM guy at this point. I only use that.
7.62. 7.62.
7.62 alongside like a sniper rifle. I would go and I would throw every other gun for a M24, AWM, or AMR. Any of those bolt actions, I would throw the other gun away.
I'm gonna take note of that. All right. If push comes to shove and I see you actually in game, and you are left with no choice, I will remember that. Okay, Torek said he is gonna throw out these weapons, if it means getting his hands on a strong 7.62. It is damage over velocity, right? So that is one of the biggest perks of 7.62. It's the damage ammo. So here we go. We got Rex, and he has an AUG as well, dude. Come on. We got to give him credit for that. He has an AUG. And there's your AKM. Taking out domain.
Oh my god. Come on. I don't know what is going on in the Sanhok match. Yeah, we're seeing some early fights, but at what cost? At what cost? We're seeing a lot of aggressions, yes, but NEPX right now against Team SDMZ's Precious is also going to get a lot of damage from the top of the mountain. That is T2K going around. We do have to see what's gonna happen, because NEPX Precious so far he's kind of stuck. If he moves, if he even tries to rush out from this area, he's definitely gonna be stuck from that point onward. But 3 eliminations, I have to give it to the NEPX. Initialization, it's good. Initiation is good, but are they gonna be good at the execution as well? 40 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and the first circle is gonna close up.
Oh man, all of that, and it's all in the first circle. That's crazy talk. That is crazy talk. That is insane. Now here we go. We're looking at once again Rex, right? So I'm gonna be honest here. Yes, I am the exact opposite of Torix here, guys. I do believe in my AUG. I'll be honest with you. This is cool stuff. Okay. Now Wraith with the M416 and the DBS already locked and loaded. Look at the stack that this guy has, right? Full ammo for at least his M416. Good enough ammo. Good couple of reloads for the DBS. A level 3 helmet. Good enough vest health. Couple medkits. A lot of bandages. Look at the resources that Wraith has. This man is ready for war, Torix.
He is ready for war, and he is definitely going to go for the war as well. But look at the circle. Oh my god. This is one circle that, oh my god, I am looking at it and I'm like, oh my god, how is the team's gonna survive this one? How is the team gonna stay alive on this one? But ladies and gentlemen, that's the question for the teams, not for us. We're here to see the action. We're here to witness the action of all of these teams on what their choices are. But right now, what the choice of 4 Death Machine is that they're gonna get into the buggy and they're just gonna get out of here into a safer side angle. A wise choice, a decent choice that these guys are gonna choose. Go to the bridge. But wait a second, is Cool under the water? Or is he not?
Oh boy. Okay. Man, I'm just trying to piece together what's going on here, man. There's a lot that could really transpire here. And we slowed down again. We're at stage number 2. Nothing really has moved, and yeah, you know, I feel that this is very reminiscent of our very first Sanhok, man. I feel that these teams now are finally understanding that, okay, maybe if we overextend, maybe just maybe this early on, we might lose manpower. Look at what happened a while ago to LaFamilia, and currently the states of SDMZ and AT, and probably even in Nave. You know, they already lost a significant amount of manpower. I feel that, yeah, Sanhok, we can treat this a little bit like Erangel. That's just my theory, buddy. I'm not seeing a lot of action so far, and again, I understand why. And look what they've been doing, stacking up on resources, whether that's medical or assault resources. So far, they're doing good. And Jiggle God, I am happy you are still here with me.
I mean, he is a happy guy right there, ladies and gentlemen. He is a happy guy. But, you know, Sanhok being Sanhok, not going on the aggressive side, this is actually hurting me looking at this. That we're not seeing that aggressive Sanhok that we usually see, that we usually do witness upon all of this thing, all of this situation that we like go in for the aggression sides. But it's 15 teams. Only one team so far has been eliminated. SDMZ's 80 solo players. Nav and AVE, they're down to solo, like duos. But look at the rest of this team. Either it's AST, HLX, 4 Death Machines, everybody's full man. But oh my god, me and my big mouth. ASL just lost a heavy casualties, just got a heavy casualty on them. Down to the last guy that they are, but at the cost of 4 eliminations that they have for themselves. Now they're going to be almost eliminated. Just that solo guy, I don't know where he is situated at, but if he gets finished off, it's going to be difficult. Oh, wait a second. I see him. I see him. He's under the water. He is just chilling out there, getting some nice, clean river bath for himself. Just going on to the other side of the bridge, trying to go. But the sprays will definitely commence on this guy.
I mean, apart from the spray, there's also the blue. Honestly, there's the blue Reaper right here. We got the play zone shrinking ever so slowly. Stage 2. Still not too painful, but you want to make that health count, right? Okay, there. More medkits, more bandages, 4 death machines. Once again, potentially on a roll. We saw them perform magnificently for match number 1. And this is just a repeat of that. This is our second loop of Sanhok. So if 4 death machines can prove, if they make it out of here with another winner chicken dinner, then they belong to the big leagues or the big dogs when it comes to the repeaters. Okay, a lot of action going on here for SDMZ. Last man, we got Agent 27 here, buddy, with 3 frags already.
Got it. He got it. He got it, ladies and gentlemen. He has those eliminations for himself. And now, moving on to what the next situation is going to be. Ooh, we have example, ladies and gentlemen, on a horse alongside of the tribe AEROMACY that's taken the fight, that's taken that action amongst these players. So far, we are seeing some of the sprays that's going on, that's going around onto this proximity, and the fires, the engagement that's happening. It's not making too much of a difference. It's not getting those elimination confirmations upon on the players. But yes, it's doing something. Trix is just chilling here. He's finally going to get a hold of his dark horse and move out of here. Wait, he's not sitting. He's actually standing on that horse.
It is still a dark horse nonetheless, We gotta account for that. Here we go. Tribe AEROMACY. Man, I'm trying to find the right adjective for Tribe AEROMACY right now for being the way that they are for the past number of games, right? So this same time yesterday, this was actually their second already. Or rather, this was supposedly the third, pardon me. This was supposed to be their third winner chicken dinner up until Hidden Leaf actually stood in the way, right? So hold that thought. SDMZ got eliminated, folks. We had one last member remaining there before said elimination. They left with 4 eliminations, but unfortunately 0 placement points.
It's 0 placement points, but 4 eliminations. Still not a lot of good things, because on the hashtag number 7 that they are, yes, I know the top 16s are gonna move into the grand finals. I know that, but there's always a fight amongst all of these teams. No, Pika, that we are going to be on the hashtag number 1. We're gonna be the number 1 in this match or the next one, any of those cases. So it's about the pride of being on the number 1 at this point in time amongst all of this team. But ladies and gentlemen, 20 more seconds and we will have our stage number 3 closed up. Stage number 4 will commence. 4K fighting with the team BAGH. BAGH is losing their players, and oh my god, will have to see if there is going to be any kind of casualties around this premises, around the proximities. The circle's gonna go. It's gonna go boot camp. Nope, it's not gonna go boot camp. It's gonna go complete open in the mountain ranges. On the water, you can see the BAGH versus 4K. The fight happening as a 4K. They were the first one to initiate the knockdown and the confirmation on BAGH, but now BAGH, they're definitely going to eliminate all of those players in the water. But RS hit and leave. Oh my god, this guy was actually a shinobi right there. He was completely one with the nature. Made sure he do a backstab onto the players and get that elimination for himself. But the jump shot is not going to work as a one player from BAGH is going to be knocked out. It's a confirmation on Anish. And come on, hit Uzod. Can you go? Can you go? Jump down, get the S12K done upon the player. No, this is not the right move to do. With the grenades, you're not supposed to do this in this close range of the scenario.
Oh, well, you know, I trust his judgment. Oh, wow. There we go. Pure aim taking solid damage. Care of the QBZ. Oh, man. Okay. Not looking very good for Pure aim. He's already ripe for the picking. That's a knock. Yep. Free frag right there. Thank you, Vector. BAGH getting one more on the board. Joker YT, however, still the leader of the herd here with 3 frags to his name. Let's see how much further BAGH can go in this. Stage 4. Now, with still 12 teams, this is very reminiscent. This is so similar to how it was in our previous Miramar, isn't it, Torix?
That is absolutely true. Yesterday, Miramar was the one that was super slow. Now it's Sanhok, the second Sanhok at this point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see for YLC Punk. He's going to get a lot of damage, but not enough damage for the knockdown. And the kill feed, we can see definitely the rest of the shots happening 4K. You can see a lot of casualties going around with just the solo player remaining. RS is also one of the teams with a trio. But look at the kill feed. Oh my god, that's a lot of players down and dusted.
Oh man. Okay. The PUBG gods are being impatient now. They are taking lives left and right. And again, I mean that figuratively, folks. So, with 12 more teams, this could be absolute mayhem moving forward, especially if we still have 4 stages. And I know that at some point in this particular match right here, they're going to slow down, Torix. I'm pretty sure they will, because they know that the best state they can be in is within top 8, right? They got to make sure that they at least go with 1 to take home. ANTEIKU already eliminated here. So see, that's another tragedy. Zero eliminations. Did get 3 points in total. Now, ANTEIKU, one of the few teams who are actually gonna leave this match again with 0 eliminations. Can we just make a special mention to RS, 4YLC, and DRS? Hey, even AST, man, even Tribe AEROMACY, they are yet to have an elimination. So they just gotta make sure that they enter top 8 so that none of these efforts go in vain.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have to make sure that they're doing some decent number of placements or any of those good stuff. Other than that, they're not going to be able to get some good, decent number of things for themselves. It's going to be over before you know it at that point in time if you're not careful enough. But going on to the DRS, let's see. JDI so far in the car. Now moving forward with NEPX. Wait a minute, got eliminated by DRS's. That grenade, that solo guy just got obliterated. There's also Real Savages out of the match as well. It's a back and forth going around of those eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Takudai, Team 4YLC, DRS T2K, 4DM, HLX, and Tribe AEROMACY, the teams that are a full squad. They're definitely going to go head-to-head against each other. Killer YT gets taken down with a grenade from the T2K. Rulto G is also down. JDI is making sure that if one of his players is going to go down, he's actually going to take one of the enemies too. But there we go, a lot of damage on the T2K side. He's finally going to confirm that elimination. The sprays are definitely going to go into the smoke, but not enough for that casualties onto the players. Both sides throwing grenades. Let's see whose grenade is going to connect. The circle's also
All right, here we go. And ladies and gentlemen, now this is looking real dire here for 4 death machines. We do have a couple players still active. One of them One of them already knocked. Oh, make that 2. Now 4K. Just like that, with with a decent number of eliminations, currently at 6. Actually, they were holding the record prior to that elimination. Good stuff, but 4 Death Machines just trying to move, trying to survive with whatever little resources and manpower they have left. 5 medkits. This could be good for Cool right here. Unfortunately, just the numbers game really might not be in his favor. We got Pika over there. Yeah, my namesake, just to say so. From SKD and Himson. I know that there's information going on here for Cool 77. He just has to be very, very careful. Just wait for the storm to disappear, for the storm to slowly get away from his location before things, get a bit more calm for him, just to find that opening. Now, speaking of opening, there goes Gyante taking one out, adding to the count. I hope Torx is still with me, guys. All right, here we go. Got one more elimination. Man, we are down to the final 5 here. This is insane. Final 5 teams, and look at this. Look at the eliminations, guys. This is very small. This is considerably small. To think that we are already at stage 6. No one has entered a double-digit elimination count yet. I find this to be very, very, I'd say unusual. But one of these teams, especially if Tribe AEROMACY, with still 4 players remaining, they could be facing off against SKD a little later on with 4 eliminations. So far, one of the highest eliminations alongside Train to Kill and 4YLC. Now, this could also be the time to shine for 4YLC. They still have 3 members. One of them's knocked, but 1 good revive, and that could completely change everything. Master Zerdy taken out Fearless from 4YLC. Oh, man. Pika! Not me. Taking out Igneous from Train to Kill. Now Train to Kill down to the last man. The last couple players with very low health, rather, with 5 eliminations thus far. Himson! Wow, Gyante from up top. Okay, now that could act as bait. He has to be very careful. Gyante also does not want to overextend here. The roof might be his buddy for the time being. Oh no, you do not want to go to that blue zone. Or at least I think that was inadvertent. Now, Tribe AEROMACY, they're so close. They are so close to once again getting to the grand finals, to the last 2 teams. If they would only be able to revive the couple players that they have, this could be good. Rig, our supposed top fragger thus far. Okay, this might be a good spot. This could be a very good location for Rig to start with the revives. Oh, man! And he does take out Master Zerdy in the process. Delta is out, though. We got 3 more players. Trix still incapacitated, I feel. Yes, Rig back to good health, good condition. Now, last 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. SKD still complete with a vehicle in hand. We got this whole stack, this whole squad, just hunting for these 2 teams. HLX, all healthy, with 1 elimination. ASC already up to 100 points thus far, folks. Now, this is going to be very, very crucial for ASC. They have to hold their ground if they want another winner chicken dinner. My goodness, I am palpitating on the spot right now. Okay, SKD taking a lot of damage here. Who was that? Was that Himson? I think it was Himson who took the significant amount of damage. Needs to be revived. I could be wrong. Let's see how this is going to pan out. Pekka, it's actually, the name is Pekka. He's not my namesake per se. It is Pekka. Slayer taken out by Wraith. I'm just waiting for word from Mission Control if Torx is with me already. I hope so.
Yes.
Torx, I hope you're there, buddy. Okay, here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is down to the last 2 teams. HLX 1 versus 3, and my goodness, I blinked, and there it is again. Ladies and gentlemen, Tribe AEROMACY does it one more time. Back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Unbelievable.
No way. Oh my god. These guys are insane. Come on. The amount, the aggression, the number of points that they're gonna have. Oh my god. I can't even fathom to imagine. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the truth. This is the truth, ladies and gentlemen. Tribe AEROMACY is going to have the winner chicken dinner for themselves. An amazing end to the match. Number 4, winner chicken dinner it is. But now, it's about time to see how many eliminations do they have secured, do they have for themselves, because that's going to make the whole situation for us as well, visible for us. In the top 5, we saw for YONKO throwing the grenade here and there, taking down at least some of the players of ABRUPT, and ABRUPT on the retaliation, taking down the T2Ks. Those were amazing. The sprays on the HLX, the tap fires, everything was down to the minute detail. Beautifully executed by these guys. 8 elimination as they were in the top 2, and then with the 2 eliminations, I think that's 10 elimination, 20 points. And if it is 20 points, oh my goodness, that's way too much. But it's 9, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9 elimination in total. 4 for Rig, 3 for Trix, 2 for Delta, and Gyante with the 0.
I cannot with this, Torix. This is just too much. What a powerhouse we're looking at right now. And again, all due respect and love to the teams, but this right here, this is how you know the Tribe AEROMACY, they're not letting anyone off easy, man. They want these higher points. They want to secure the top seed. They want that top spot in the grand finals. My gosh, I am lost for words as of the moment. Really.
Oh my God. I'm actually at a loss of words too. But Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, 112 of those throwables, 60 of the total knockout, 0 vehicle elimination, 1 airdrop looted. NEPX Precious is going to be the guy with the longest elimination distance, 253 meters. Going on to the match standing, we have Tribe AEROMACY, 19, 13 for the Sakurai, HLX with the 9, alongside of T2K, alongside of 8 for the Yonkons and Lucky Cat. 4K gets 7, 6 for the 4 Death Machines, 5 for BAGH, SDMZs with the 4, ASL4 alongside of NEPX. Then we have DRS with 3, 1 for LaFamilia, and 0 for the rest of the teams, AT, RS, and NAVE.
Okay, that's really tragic, Torix. The fact that these teams right now, at least for match number 4, they haven't been able to gather any points, you know, whether it's elimination or placement, that will reflect for the overalls yet, but by the end of the day. Now, here we go. My goodness, Torix, look at this. 113 points total for Tribe AEROMACY alone. That is literally worth about 2 teams' points, almost.
I mean, they're the first team within the 2 days marker, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even done with the 2 days, and they're already 100 points above. They have crossed that threshold of the 100 points, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing job done by these guys. 113, 74 for the hidden lead, 62 for the BLUZZ, 59, 57. These are the numbers going down. And at the second page, the top team has 34 of it down, going down to the very last ANTEIKU with only 3. 34 to 3. That's 31 points of a difference. Yes, that's 31 points of a difference from number 1 to the number last on the second page. Real Savages 32, 31 for the MAKPEN, 29 for the NEPX, 28 for the 4 Knights, 23 for the ISSLXNRC, 15 for SDMZ's LaFamilia, and all the other teams that we know. Top 5 eliminators on the other hand. Rig, Delta, Gyante. These 3 guys have been consistent over here throughout the thing, but HLX, Frag has been taken away. Ninja is going to take his place with 15 elimination, 2177 damage, and last but not the least, OK, from 17 on the number 3 and 3100 somewhat of the damage.
Man, I did say that. I kind of did predict that someone will make another entry into the I'd say the MVP, right? The MVP boards, and there it is. It wasn't just Rig this time around, right? Now Delta has actually moved OK down midway through our boards, but that's just as expected. We saw this already.
We did, but it is beautiful. No matter how you look at it, it is beautiful the way these teams are doing this kind of like aggression, and how Team AST is actually consistently going with their like aggressive stances and everything, and all of those situations that's actually helping them secure more and more points. They're the only team amongst all of these names to secure more than 100 points. Nobody's even close to them But at this point, will have to see what's going to happen to the mat number 5, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, we're definitely going to go towards a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3, tactical mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4, minecart tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5, climbing tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
So freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work. I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
Day 2, last game. Ladies and gentlemen, it cannot get any more intense than this. Take a deep breath as we dive one more time to Erangel here for the 2025 PMNC South Asia Fall Playoffs. My name is Pika, still joined by Torix, and my goodness. This time around, Torix, I'll be honest with you, I don't think we're going to see a three-peat for today because Group A is sitting this one out.
That's the thing. Group A is sitting this one out, and I was hoping that something like this could happen. Like we get three winner chicken dinners to happen, but no, ladies and gentlemen, now it's gonna be another team that's gonna have the winner chicken dinner. But which team will it be? Will it be DRS again, like they took the winner chicken dinner of the previous day last match? Or it's going to be a different team. This is one thing that we will know once we head over into the match. But yes, pick up. It's the Erangel. It's the final match of the day. And do you have any team that you want to name that might take the lead?
I was hoping you would say that, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at either 4 Death Machines, right? Or finally, BLUZZ officials. But that's just me. Because we've seen the effort that BLUZZ officials have actually put on from day 1 to day 2, right? And I'm not gonna be here tomorrow. Spoiler alert, guys. But if they're gonna win their first winner chicken dinner, I want to be there. I want to see it myself, based on what's been going on.
Well, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Yeah, I forgot about that. But ladies and gentlemen, the match number 5 is about to commence. We are going to see the final match of the day, the Erangel, that's going to decide all for the day number 2. Who's going to be on the top? That's ABRUPT. We all know that. We all know that. Nobody's beating that 117 points at this point in this match, at the very least. Tomorrow, that may be another story. That may be a new story that we will know for tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, number 2, number 3, number 4. This is the fight that's happening right now because from this point onward, the consistency has to be done. Consistency has to be taken away from the other teams to get for yourself. Erangel it is, B, C, D, and E. It's gonna start, it's gonna commence in a short while, ladies and gentlemen. Do not worry about that. But oh my god, I can only imagine the plane lines and everything that's gonna make things a lot more difficult for the players, for these players. AKAZAYA, One Hit, BLUZZ, MAKPEN, 4K, 4YLC, Sakudai, SDMZ, there's DRS, NEPX, HLX, alongside of the team LAFAMILIA, 4 Death Machines. ASL and NAV alongside of T2K. These are the names, ladies and gentlemen, but we are about to head into our final match of the day. The match number 5, the one and only, the second Erangel set of the day.
My goodness. El Clasico, rounding up the day. Our wishes have been granted, guys. And we were wrong again, or at least I was wrong. I'm gonna be real. When I said that there's a possibility that the second Sanhok was actually gonna be a lot faster. No, it was not, to be honest with you guys. And that's fine, because it picked up in the end, guaranteeing another dominating win for Tribe AEROMACY. But as we said earlier, they're not going to be here for the final match. So we're looking at a random contender for that top spot. Who knows? This actually feels like I feel for some reason this is going to be MAKPEN as well. I know I already made my bets-ish, Torix, but MAKPEN, they've also been doing okay, right? But this is just me. This is just my observation. What about you? I'm gonna fly the question right back to you. Who do you think? Who's your gamble here? Who do you want to see make it to at least our top 2?
I mean, just for you, just because you said MAKPEN, I'm actually gonna go in ahead and choose them
Okay.
as the
Okay.
contenders. Who's gonna be on the number 2 or maybe on the number 1? Because I also want to see them like do something good. The day number 1 initiation was good, but then they just lost the whole momentum for themselves for some reason. But ladies and gentlemen, this plane line is going from Promox all the way to the Milta Power Plant. The circle, on the other hand, where will it form is the bigger question. The circle's gonna go to the shooting range, the Jojo pools, the east, the western, in fact, northwestern side. Zarki's not accessible, but it's okay. It's okay. Nobody is gonna go there. We all know that. Everybody's gonna go up until the Jojo pool if they want to. But Quarry region, the Gatka region, these are the places that has to be like the players have to be very careful, because there can be some surroundings into the area where you can get some shots, you can get those eliminations for yourself. But ladies and gentlemen, look at Lipovka. There is SDMZs, there is T2K that can intuit the fight. On the other hand, the only other fight that I can see from my eyes is the La Familia versus Kudai.
I agree. This is going to be very interesting. I hope we get eyes on that in just a little bit. Meanwhile, AKAZAYA Esports, they've been okay, right? Or at least, you know what? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They do have to make haste. They definitely have to put some on the board here. If they want to at least get ahead of La Familia. So far, La Familia has been trying really hard to rack up more points, right? Look at them. That's 14-11. So AKAZAYA not really far behind. They just got to score like another 3 eliminations. They'll be tied up. Dependent on how La Familia performs, they just might get out of the top 16 spot.
That's true, but to get out of the top 16 spot, you have to start playing good. You have to start getting those eliminations. But BLUZZ official, oh my god, look at these guys and
oh my goodness,
that's going on into the early stages. They just took down 2 of the players with the 1 hit, and it's an instant confirmation going around. This is not a great situation for the team 1 hit officials. 1 hit. You are on the hashtag number 4, right? And losing this 2 players early on, it's going to do a lot of damage on you.
Oh yeah, man. And 1 hit, they've also captured my attention, right? Because of match number 1 yesterday, they did make an impact. So I've always looked at their direction, no matter what game it is that they're in. I want to see how 1 hit's gonna do it. But there's a bit of a blunder right there. 2-0 for that team. But so far, I think they're more than capable of bouncing back, even by a little bit. I don't expect an entire comeback from 1 hit. I'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, SKD, a while ago, they also did really well. But right now at number 9, at least so far for our match, they're definitely not far from contention here for 4YLC. Again, we talked about this earlier, Torix. The points start to be a little closer towards the lower echelon of our teams.
The teams, this is definitely going to be an intense match. Nobody knows what's going on, but oh my god, I'm loving this. The players are actually going for the aggression this match around. Oh my god, Sakudai versus La Familia. Anish gets a knockdown. Ooh, oh no, not Zoo with the rage, with the knife. Come on, you're knifing the other team. You're knifing the eliminations. But right now, Sakudai, Pika, he is in the car as well, alongside the rest of his team. A good initiative from Sakudai Esports at the very least. 2 elimination, 36 total points. But now the question is that you have to go to the northern angles. You have to go to the northwestern region to get in the circle. And the bridge, it might be contested.
Yeah, we also talked about this yesterday, right? It's very cliche. At the same time, it's also very interesting to see whenever the bridge is heavily guarded by anybody, no matter who it is, no matter what the team is, seeing bridge, I'd say confrontations. That's always interesting to me. And also in the chat, could you enlighten us? Is it Pekka or Pika? Just for ease of calling. I tend to look every time, whenever that name comes up, yes, it really gets my attention. So yeah, I just want to bring up a quick point here. Torix, a while ago, oh man, never mind, hold that thought. Ajaya with a DBS frag here. Gotta be super careful. Ooh, Rules OG taking out Obi-Wan with the S1897, and just like that, La Familia. I was okay. Before I give it to you real quick, Torix, I was gonna say that La Familia. It's very unfortunate that SKD really chased them down earlier, if you remember.
That they did. That they definitely did. But right now, SDMZs, this is the big, like a big question for these guys is the fact that they lost 2 of their players right now a while ago, and now as they're moving towards the shooting range areas, the plane crash site, I think they will be good to go for a tad bit longer bit of time. But the circle, when the circle is going to take the shift, starts going to take the shift, that's where the differentiation and the difficulties are going to like occur. So far, NEPX is on our screen, and they're making their rotations from the Pochinki, outskirts of the Pochinki, the mountaintop of the Pochinki, every place surrounding the Pochinki. These guys are situated over there.
Right. Now, Pochinki. I mean, again, if we're talking about iconic, if we're talking about, I'd say memorable, Pochinki always hits that spot, right? So, what are we gonna do? So here we go. 1 hit has 2 players on board, still yet to make an impact. Now, Dila 31, I do hope that there's a plan here, because Train to Kill, I was gonna say that Train to Kill is definitely waiting over the horizon. Oh, smart! Did you see that? Shutting the door for the shutting the door to avoid that nade. Beautiful. There it is again. Okay. Look at Ajaya, fully aware of the plan by Dila. I don't know if that was actually scouted. Thabs, though, waiting for Ajaya. There goes the frag. But Dila, care of Rules, OG, gets taken down by the nade.
He gets taken down by the nade, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go. With that hit, 1 hit is down to the last guy. That is Thabs. And he's on the other side of the road, so he's kind of chill. He's kind of chill for right now, but the sprays are coming. You can see into the mini-map, the sprays that were definitely coming on to this guy. He's going to get into the McLaren F1, and he is going to just sports out of here. He's going to race out of here, ladies and gentlemen, to a safer spot. Here we go. But will he reach it? Will he reach it? Because the same path that he is taking a while ago, there was another team that took the same path from the shooting range all the way to the crash site area. So if he's going crash site, if he's going anywhere near that area, he might go face to face with another team maybe at that point in time. But look at the circle. Oh my god, from the first to the second, we're going from northwestern to the southeastern, ladies and gentlemen. Pochinki is in the circle, school is in the circle. There is all of those areas surrounding the ruins that are in the circle as well. And NEPX, they're close to the proximity of another team that can initiate the fight against the team ABRUPT Slayers.
Yeah, man. So to add to that, we can kiss our dreams goodbye of seeing any bridge interactions, right? Because it's only SKD who's there, who's gonna make their way back to the mainland. I'm not really so sure who's gonna be waiting for them. There's a lot of teams in there, and I mean a lot. More so, I don't know what the plan of SKD is. If they're gonna stall a little bit, you know, just wait up until the coast is clear for them to actually enter any of the hot zones. Let's see how that's gonna be. ASL. One of the teams who are so far looking quite comfortable at the number 7 spot and also with just 1 elimination so far. I want to see how they're gonna go by this. You know, Cherry as well. I'm gonna add to my point here. Torix has been performing magnificently. I don't know how you think about it, but I find that Cherry is also stepping up.
He is definitely stepping up at this point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the stage number 2. And majority of the teams, they are outside of the circle. They are in dire need of going in the circle, and that's going to be a very difficult situation for majority of them, majority of these names at this point in time. So I'm seeing Nagesh. He's not moving too much. He's still staying at the Georgia Pool, Western Side City, and staying into this area. We will have to see what's going to happen. But Liquid, he's going to throw a grenade. That's actually going to do a lot of damage on NAVE. Look at that. That's a knockdown going around. Lucifer is also cooking the grenade. He can actually throw at his own team member. That will initiate the elimination of the guy. But at the same time, Flare will go down. Liquid will go down. The 2 guys that were pushing on got pushed, and it's over. Those 2 guys are done and dusted. Hidden Leaf down to the 2.
Oh man, okay, this is not looking good for Hidden Leaf, guys. Oh man, I did also kind of bank on Hidden Leaf the way that they've been performing. So for the time being, I'm a park that, just like what they did to that vehicle. Here we go. Susty, Lucifer from Nave, I feel. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to them later. ASL once again, back to my screens. And again, we're back to Navi. If I'm gonna raise up a point here, Torix, it is the fact that we're at stage 2. Only one team has been completely eliminated, and if I'm gonna make a guess, one hit is underway. We're close to seeing that potential last member going back to the lobby for that last cash in for the day. Speaking of last cash in, I never got to bring that point. You know, La Familia with at least a little bit of hope with how they performed today. It's good to see that even at 14 points, they're trying to break through. They're trying to at least make it to top 16. There is a lot of tough competition here. So with La Familia being already out of the picture, I hope that tomorrow again shines another ray of light to this team.
Oh my god. I'm just looking at this timer going on, and I'm just looking at the team numbers that is still alive. That's a very difficult situation going on. But ladies and gentlemen, another circle shift. Pochinki is in the circle. The Western side of Pochinki is in the circle completely. HLXNRC, the fight is happening right here. HLX coming on. Frag getting a Susti down. It's a knock. It's a confirmation. And NRC down to the last guy. That is a Lucifer, ladies and gentlemen. But there's another team. Team ASL, Abrupt Slayers are coming in hot with the fight against the Team HLX. The grenade is coming. Will it connect? The answer is yes. That's a grenade on the face. And Ninja also gets a connection with the grenade on Gangsta. So Ninja versus Gangsta. It was. Jane is going to throw the grenade. Ninja is going to lose a lot of HP. The second grenade is going to come, and it's going to be all over as HLX, the top team in this match at the very least. The number 2 team gets completely annihilated with just 3 points in the match. No placement whatsoever. But now on our screen is NEPX, ready to take the action against the team DRS.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my mind with what happened to HLX just then, man. That was a painful sight to watch. Having to see Ninja hold ground with that Scar L, not even getting the chance to reload, had to heal because of that splash damage right off of the window. Man, okay, there's really no telling. Torix, there's really no telling what's going to happen here. A lot of these teams are very determined. We still have 14 teams, by the way. It's just really unfortunate that so far the top team is already gone, which means that the BLUZZ will have their chance to rack up these points. Currently at the number 2 spot. So if placement comes into play as well as the frags, then this might be it. This might be the winner chicken dinner that BLUZZ officials will be waiting for. Meanwhile, for Yonko Cat, sight set on 4 YLC. Oh, rather, never mind. For an opposition, I'm not really so sure what that plan was. Oh, there it is, BLUZZ. It was BLUZZ. There it is. It was BLUZZ that they were aiming for. Okay. Oh,
I mean, but taking BLUZZ down, it's not going to be an easy task for even the 4 Yonko.
Yeah.
At this point in time, one player gets instantly knocked down, even though they were ready to take the action. They were the first one to aggress upon on the Team BLUZZ official, but BLUZZ official just stopped their car and they were like, okay, boop, here we go. That's a knockdown. That's a confirmation right there, making the party a 3-man squad. But the grenade is going to go as Fearless comes in as Gyrosur gets taken down. BLUZZ, Xerox, he's going to throw a grenade, but Carefree, see Fear. In fact, Fearless, at this point in time, is going to be taken down by Voke. The BLUZZ official is on their toes, taking the fight from every angle. Punk is going to come. He's going to put Fearless in the car, and he's just going to drive out of this vicinity. He does not want to lose any more players than he should have for Death Machines versus SDMZs. It's happening for Yonkon's Lucky Cat. Can you get into the safer side? Can you get away from the Team BLUZZ and stay alive for more bit of time? But Sakuda, 4K, the fight is happening. The fight is going on. For Yonkons also have to get that revive done towards their players. As a BLUZZ official, they're on the mountaintop, and they will be heading down. Maybe if they realize that, okay, the player might still be getting that revive, they can actually push on these guys. They can definitely go. But I see NAVE ISSLXNRC in the meanwhile, and SKD on our screen. Look at the mini-map. It's ASL, SKD, and there is also another team. I think it is SDMZ's into the meanwhile, but there we go. SDMZ gets finished off. Sakudai is here versus the team ASL ABRUPT Slayers. Let's see, how well are you going to be able to take this fight, and how well can you abruptly take this action against the other team?
Man, as you were speaking, DRS eliminated already in the hands of BLUZZ as well. So that is a heartbreaker for DRS, guys. So this means they're not going to be able to do what they did yesterday, closing out the day with a winner chicken dinner. Moving forward, we saw a lot of action between SKD and 4K as well, Torix. So that wraps up for 4K's journey for today. We're going to see you tomorrow, hopefully, and hopefully in better shape as well. Just to say so. Himson knockdown here on the side of SKD. Hopefully going to get a pickup very soon for YLC. Already lost Zoro in the process. So that's what we were talking about. Fabs from one hit is still alive, but hold up in that shack. He got to be careful. That's the one and only door that you can come in and out from. I don't know how long he's going to last there, buddy.
This is a question. That definitely is a question. But Ajaya from the T2K, they're actually going to go into this garage, and they're going to hold this garage down for at least 50, 60 more seconds before the next circle stage actually commences up. In the meanwhile, there's another team that got finished off. Domain, on the other hand, look at him. Domain is low on that HP. He got knocked down. He got finished. NEPX Rex is also knocked down, meaning there's only one more remaining for the team NEPX, but one hit close to the proximity of the airdrop. It is looking tempting, but there is the 4 YONKO's Lucky Cat in the vicinity as well. So if you get out, you're definitely going to go out straight to the lobby. You're going to go back to the lobby from that point onward. 4 Death Machines, looking at the team NEPX at this point in time. I want to see where the last guy is situated at. I can only see 2 in this proximity outside of the circle, just bleeding out from the blue zone, blue damage. But where is the guy that is alive? Where is the guy that is a full HP from the team NEPX side? He's actually in the car. He's moving inside of that circle. 3 seconds, 2 more seconds, and we're going to have our next circle stage, ladies and gentlemen. Jane is going to take down Nodzu. The grenade is going to come. It's going to do a lot of damage on Jane, but Jane unfazed. He's going to throw a grenade. Will it connect? Will it get the connection? The answer is no. Himson picks up Nodzu on his back and just runs away from the proximity, successfully saving his team member, and will get the revive in a short while.
Yeah, that was really crucial, man. You got to save that manpower. We're already at stage 5, and I think we're approaching stage 6 very soon. So you want to take that. You want to save as much lives as you can. Now here we go. Joker taking out Aditya. What was that? Killmonger taking out Joker as well. There they go. ASL out of the picture here with 4 eliminations, and unfortunately F10 place, meaning they're not going to go home with a single placement point. Good enough. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Meanwhile, as you were speaking, Torix, the blue zone, the play zone, has once again purged a lot of the players from different teams. So you cannot take this lightly anymore, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be careful. Those bits of damage that you take from the play zone, that is not going to be fun. Here we go. Peek from 4 Death Machines in pursuit. Oh, not really very effective. Look at this. We're gonna have a head-to-head here from 4 Death Machines and SKD. Who's gonna come out on top?
Oh my god. Come on. No, this is not looking good whatsoever. But oh my god, the grenades, they're going to Kudai, 4 Death Machines. They're just chilling, and there we go. The sprays are coming. Cool. Cool off with the star, and it's over for these guys. And right there, and then we are going to see that Sakudai is going to have 10 eliminations for themselves. Sakudai is really doing a great job into this proximity. But now, Himson, he's going to get a lot of damage. And right with this, NEPX, Precious, let's see what's going to happen. Sakudai is there. Pika, he's also making sure that he has the cover, but they can't get in the circle safe and soundly. The moment they're going to enter the circle, it's going to be a very difficult situation for them. BLUZZ official, they're here. Let's see. Agzi moving forward. He's looking at the team AKZ alongside of the team NEPX's player. That is a close to proximity. The fight can definitely ensue, but NEPX is also being pushed upon by the Sakudai, the one player that came over to the NEPX. NEPX Precious is going to take him down. It's Pika knock, Pika finish. And successfully, BLUZZ official now They know where NEPX is situated at. Oh, this guy's
Precious,
good.
though. This is insane. Precious is still going. Taking out the entire SKD. Are you serious right now? Yo, with the 10 eliminations, Precious is on fire. Did you see that? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
NEPX with... Oh no, that is sick. With 3 eliminations. I believe flushing out the entire of SKD. Yo, you guys, you gotta watch out for Precious right now. Okay, Precious trying to gather a lot of these, a lot of the ammo. Not really enough, I would say. So this is a double shotgun, I'd say, stack that Precious is having, is holding right now. Let's see if there's gonna be enough for an assault rifle. Precious is definitely gonna need that for later. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Precious, you need to move in the circle. You have to move in the circle safe and soundly from this point onward. You have to be very precise on which rotation you want to do, because if you went towards the eastern angle, there's the AKZ. If you went to the western angle, there is another team into the proximity that can take the fight, take the action at the same time. The shots that can occur, the shots that can happen. It is top 7 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Precious is here, cooking those smokes, making sure that there's a smoke path coming around into the proximity. But BLUZZ official, they're also ready to take the fight against the team AKZ. If they can successfully take down the AKZ, it's going to be an easy entry for maybe NEPX at that point in time. But AKAZAYA is just looking at the backside. He's not making too much of a move right there and then. Slowly and steadily, the situation will definitely go to a different angle. But Precious finally is going to get up, finally is going to move forward. We will have to see if he's going to be able to get any kind of eliminations or not. The sprays are coming from BLUZZ official. MAKPEN is losing a lot of health, losing a lot of players, and there we go. In a second, MAKPEN gets finished off. BLUZZ official, 9 elimination these guys have right now for themselves.
Please, I beg you, BLUZZ officials, please do not let this go. Gyro, sir, you have to pick him up. You gotta hold this number up until top 4 at the bare minimum. I want to see how this is gonna go for BLUZZ officials. For the time being, though, okay, hitting tabs, finally putting an end to the suffering of one hit. Tabs really held his ground as long as possible. There goes Ajaya from Train to Kill. Rox doing such masterful work. And Master Zerdy, though, finally, again, an official frag here by Rox. Precious is still at this. And look at this. It was actually that Precious took out. Oh, boy.
There's still this guy.
BLUZZ official lost the numbers. They lost the numbers.
I mean, I'm loving this fact that how well these guys are going through this, how well these guys is actually surviving. And Precious, I have to give it to Precious that he's just stuck. He's just stuck over there. He's not moving too much to the fact that, okay, he can get that elimination on himself. He can make that elimination to his own name or get eliminated from that point onward. He's very precise. He is very precise. T2K is also another one of the player from another team that is also a solo player. So there's definitely these 2 guys that my eyes will be on. But look at the mini-map. T2K is at the very southern side of the angle of the circle. He is not going to be spotted by anyone. Precious location has been revealed. The grenades are coming. The player is stopping. The DBS is definitely going to make a connection. One connection.
Unbelievable.
Will it occur? Will it occur? The answer is yes, but couldn't get the knockdown, and that's the end of that. Okay is okay. Alongside the rest of his team, 13 elimination, ladies and gentlemen. 13 elimination. 13 for the BLUZZ and 75 total points. Hit on the light of that hovercraft, and you can straight up get some headshots connection through that hovercraft on towards the player.
You know what this means? BLUZZ is already above HLX at this point, Torik. So let's see how much further actually they can get those points up. 13 eliminations. Imagine if they took out the remaining 3 teams here. That'll add 5, making it 18. Right? If they do make it out, there's going to be 18 very, very close to Tribe AEROMACY. So that right there is really a clincher for me. Oh my goodness, Maha with a backstab, but no, Gyro, sir, ahead of the curve. Gotta love it. Down to our last 3 teams here. For YLC, playing it cool, playing it calm. 2 eliminations so far. If they choose their shots properly, this might be a very, very tough spot for BLUZZ.
I mean, I would love this. I'm loving this. I'm actually loving the fact that how well this fight is going on. But there's also the 4YLC, for YONKO's Lucky Cat, that has the more upper advantage against the team. So it's basically like a face-to-face fight that these two teams like have to like engage and take down for themselves in hopes to like secure the #1 spot. But whosoever wins out of this fight, that team, sir, will definitely get the winner chicken dinner. But T2K, I want to see for how long can they survive in this area, because they're close to the proximity of the BLUZZ official. From the backside, he can actually make sure that at least he takes 1 or 2 players down with him. He has 2 grenades, a single Molotov, and those guns. But oh my God, he's spotted! He is spotted by Xerox, and there we go. 3 versus 3. 3 versus 3. It's an equilibrium. It's a 2-way fight set up straight up. Both party knows where the enemy is, where the opponent are, and they will definitely go for that engagement.
Speaking of engagements here, no one is actually taking the first step. We have BPIN here, stayed in the vehicle for a little. The amphibian, making sure that there's ample cover. This is only stage 7. You know what this means? There's the possibility of another stage incoming in just a few seconds. A good amount of resources here for BPIN. Never mind, he threw all the nades that he could. Let's see who's going to be stepping on the gas for the time being. Rocks, a little hurt here from the blue zone, but the 15 eliminations so far by BLUZZ officials. They could just weather out the storm here, allow 4 YONKO Lucky Cats to step where they should be.
I'm loving this. You know, I'm loving this 3v3 fight. Because at this point in time, there's only 2 teams, and there's only one winner chicken dinner. Whosoever is definitely going to like initiate the fight, get the knockdown first and foremost for themselves, is definitely going to be super close to the winner chicken dinner for themselves. But aside from that, let's see what Fearless is going to do. So far, he's picking. I think they might wait for the stage number 9 to occur. Stage number 9 to like force everybody out of the circle and then take the fight. So we're still safe for at least 1 minute, maybe 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes maximum.
Yeah, man. I'm also trying to hold my breath here. I'm trying to save the remainder of my energy for this last clash. This might look like a Western. Okay, never mind. Rock's already pushing forward. He does have a little bit of damage on his side, though, so I don't think this is a very wise choice, but I do have faith in the plans. Okay, Gyro, sir. Just throwing a little bit of that nade. Here they are. We're seeing motion right here on the side of 4YLC. The amphibian completely protecting BPIN. Let's go. Let's go.
The initiation has begun. The fight has occurred. Gyro trying to peek the fire on towards the plane, but BPIN gets knocked down. Xerox is also down. BPIN gets eliminated. OK is on the other side. Alone that HP. Someone needs to be done. Something needs to be done. Fearless. He's making sure that he heals himself with the bandages. The grenade is over here. He is still healing himself. Gyro pushing forward. No, he's going to throw the smoke. And he is just going to stop over there. Not going to move too much. Gyro on the other side. Punk is going to take a peek onto the team BLUZZ official. And right with this, we do have to see what's going to happen, because Fearless is finally pushing on to the Gyro. And with this thing, Gyro now knows exactly where Fearless is situated at. The smoke path has been deployed. Fearless is on his toes. In fact, he is actually staying on his toes. The grenade is coming. It's a 3 versus 2 fight, ladies and gentlemen. The chances of winner chicken dinner goes down to the team of BLUZZ official, but we have seen BLUZZ official lose the wonderful chances that has been given out to them into the day number 1. So I'm gonna be definitely super surprised if it happens once again, because there goes the damage. The first wave of the damage occurred.
Oh,
the
no
second wave
way
of the
that
damage made sure the player is knocked down. It's a 1 versus 2 now from this point onward. As Fearless gets taken down, we have Xerox alongside of Punk in the front lines. The grenade is definitely gonna go. Xerox, will the grenade connect? The answer is no. It's a splash damage, not a connection. The player is still alive. Punk slowly and steadily moving forward, but look at the other grenades. Look at okay, where are you throwing, buddy?
Oh no! Yo! BLUZZ officials finally did it! After continuous attempts to get the winner chicken dinner, they have finally done it here, folks. For the PMNC playoffs for the first time. BLUZZ officials cashing in their winner chicken dinner. Congratulations.
4-5 super close matches, and finally a winner chicken dinner on the day number 2. This team has finally done it. This team has finally secured their points off the winner chicken dinner. The 10 points will be rewarded to them for the winner chicken dinner. They're definitely going to sleep really good tonight at the very least with the winner chicken dinner, because ladies and gentlemen, this was the final match of the day as well, and now we're just waiting for the overall ranking to happen, overall ranking to be shown, so we can actually determine who is going to be on the very top. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlighted moment, the final blows coming around the top 4 teams that actually took the fight back and forth. There is the T2K that's happening. We have Rules OG gets eliminated by BLUZZ official, almost getting the eliminations on their sides, but later on getting that final nail in the coffin against Punk and getting that winner chicken dinner. BLUZZ official it is. And with this, I can definitely assure you, Pika, that they will be back onto the MVP ranking as well.
Absolutely. Look at that. We have Xerox already with 9 eliminations alone, so there's a huge chance that he will be there. He's probably going to be in the MVP charts once again, and that also means that Woke might have moved up, but we're going to have to see a little later on. Meanwhile, the total eliminations right here, I believe they did tie up, or if not tied up, they're very, very close to how Tribe AEROMACY did it earlier in the day. So this is just kudos, right, for BLUZZ officials. This is one of these stories that I also want to bring up for the last day of our playoffs. I'll be real with you. They had so many opportunities in the previous games to actually close it out, but it wasn't until the final game of day number 2 that they were able to finally do it, right?
I'm happy. I am happy. 3 vehicle elimination, 232 of the throwable used. Oh my god, my eyes are blessed, ladies and gentlemen. 62 eliminations, 61 knockouts going around into the area. Then we have
look at that
standings, the match standing, 28 points for this team. T2K with 11, Sakudai with 11 as well. But at the same time, look at Sakudai, 10 elimination, just a single placement point for themselves. 9 total points for the YONKO's Lucky Cats, 8 for the NEPX, 6 for the AKAZAYA, 5 for the 4DM, 4 for the ASL. Then we have 1 hit with 3, HLX with the 3, 2 for the MAKPEN, NAV with 2, 2 with the DRS, 4K, SDZ, SDMZs, and LAFAMILIA with 0 points whatsoever.
Man, again, this is the big problem right here, if we're gonna say so, is the fact that some of the teams really exit the match without anything. So it might haunt them a little later on. Meanwhile, look at this. The grind is real for BLUZZ officials. They are finally back to the 2nd place spot, closing in on Tribe AEROMACY. That's still quite a bit to grind. That's still 23 points, I believe, from where they are now. That's gonna be that's gonna be one good game, hopefully, or maybe a couple. But let's see. Hidden Leaf. This is a significant gap. I would like to say. That I cannot say the same though for number 4 onwards, because they kind of go down in gradual fashion. So let's see how tomorrow is going to pan out.
We will have to see how tomorrow is going to pan out. But this is the first page, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. 113 to 90 to 77 to 64, all the way down. Going to the second chart. The initial of the second chart goes up to the 43 points. That is ABRUPT players. Then we have NEPX, then we have MAKPEN, then we have Real Savages, 4 Knights, NAVE, we have AKAZAYA, SDMZs, LAFAMILIA, ANTEIKU, and ANTEIKU with still 3 points overall. This is not good. There is no hope, I do believe so, for them to make a comeback from this point onward.
Unless they rack up the eliminations, right? Which we are yet to see. We are actually still keeping our fingers crossed that ANTEIKU comes up with a miraculous comeback for the next 2 days. For the time being, that is all she wrote for match number 5 and for our day number 2. This was insane. So many records were broken, and a lot of numbers were on our screen. That's what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was talking about, Torix. Woke, granted those 5 eliminations, is back on top. Not very far off from the rest, though. In fact, he's actually tied with Tribe AEROMACY's rig.
I love this. I am actually loving this. BLUZZ official Woke. He is definitely okay from now on to the number 1 position. 22 eliminations, going head-to-head to the top 2 players. into the overall MVPs. It is 22 eliminations on both sides, 24 knocks, making sure that the tilt is towards the rig set angle. Then we have average damage of 501 to the side of OK, having a 1 point to that name. Then we have the survival, average survival of rig being more, 22 minutes and 1 second. Then last but not the least, the throwable used. Oh my goodness. Not one time, not twice, but 3 times more the throwable used. He threw 3 times more grenades, the utilities, the smokes, every single thing against his opponent. OK was definitely not okay when he was throwing that away. He threw everything that he had before either his team got eliminated or they got the winner chicken there.
Man. And you know what? You're right. You know the gap between those throwables, right? That's just pretty crazy.
Insane.
And this is us. This is us talking about how the gap between their frags are actually very identical. But you know, throwables are throwables. Meanwhile, folks, we are super happy that you guys actually stuck with us for this entire day. I for one am very happy with how today turned out, with from the records to the new winner chicken dinners and BLUZZ officials, right? Yesterday we could not lay off of them because they were always so close to getting their victory, and today is that day. You know, it's kind of reminiscent, or it's very familiar with how DRS did it yesterday, when it took it took up until the final game before they were able to get their share.
That was absolutely true. The way these players just played it off. Oh my god, that was a chef kiss at the very end. I loved it. I love the fact that now finally, I'm happy for BLUZZ that they have the winner chicken dinner for themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, 5 matches done and dusted for the day number 2. Day number 2 is concluded. The playoffs is halfway done. Only 2 more days to go. The day number 3 and the day number 4. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading to the day number 3, we have to go full. The day number 2, we have to say our conclusion, we have to say our goodbye. We will see you on the day number 3, same time, same place, with the same action. Until then, have a very beautiful night, ladies and gentlemen. This was Torres alongside of Pika for the day number 2 of the PMNC South Asia Fall. We will see you tomorrow. Take care. Have a good night.